Ahoy hoy! I'm Planner Walk, and welcome to another open debate. I am Planner Walk. Wait, I think I said I am Planner Walk. Anyway. And we've got Gary Wabinga in the chat. First thing. Why am I not surprised? You know, if Gary loves me so much, you know, he can come on and debate me, you know? Alright, let me switch over to the thing here so everyone can see everything that's going on. So, Quantum Echo... no, I don't want to switch. I'm not American, actually. I just saw that, yes.
You're British, right?
No, I'm not British.
No. Well, what are you then?
I'm New Zealander. Or
Really?
Kiwi.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is creationism taught in schools there?
So I do remember this creationism kind of class, I suppose you could call it. That wasn't really taught by the school itself, and parents could opt their children out of it, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And my parents were like, yeah, my parents basically said that, you know, I could make my own decisions about whether if I was in this class, I'd be able to make my own decisions about whether God exists or not. So that's a class that I was in, and for a while I did believe it. Then after a while I was like, you know, this is all bullshit.
Yeah, it's same here. It's just that you can choose whether or not you're going. Kids are the one who are choosing also, but most of the times parents are the ones that actually choose. But you can choose whether or not you want to go to a theology class or something else. It's like social studies, and it's a very like a basic form of social studies, but obviously for like maybe 3 years I went to the social thing, but then I chose to, when my faith was shaken, I wanted to see if like I just wanted to learn more about what I actually believed in, and so I chose to go to theology class, and I realized that it's it's bullshit. But
Yeah.
the sad thing is, like, I was honestly, I felt sad at some points because the teacher would almost scare the other students, because they were genuinely like, they would ask about demons. Like, this is like, and it's weird because this is a European country, and I live in Serbia, by the way. It's not like an undeveloped country or anything. It's pretty economic wise. It's a pretty okay country, but and a lot of people.
Oh, you cut out there. I don't know if you can hear me. One thing that I was going to say is Matthew Trevelyan said, "What are we debating?" And there's no real subject yet. It depends what someone wants to debate. You know, as the thing says, I'll debate anyone about anything, right? You know, I'll debate about, you know, if, let's just say, T-Jump decides to... I don't know if T-Jump watches this, but if he were to come along and be like, oh, I want to debate about morality, and how he thinks that morality is objective, I would debate him about that, because I think that he is wrong. So, yeah, so I think that... Yeah, I do definitely think that T-Jump is wrong on morality. He's got some weird, hyper idealized thing of morality, and it's like, dude, That still doesn't... Let's talk cat conspiracy. Cat conspiracy. Do cats really exist? Someone says, I attack the Bible literalists without attacking the Bible with things like Exodus. You have an army of 600k, minimum 1.8 million total population in the desert for 40 years. Yeah, if they were trying to go to Jerusalem, actually, from Egypt, I think that the line of people, right, would have been enough to cover from Jerusalem to Egypt, roughly where they were. And ahoy hoy, casual spaceman.
Ahoy hoy.
How's it going?
Cat conspiracy, really? But it's going. It's going.
So I think there's a bit of echo. All right, I don't hear it anymore. Anyway, cat conspiracies. There's actually a pretty big cat conspiracy. Is that I think it's Conspiracy Cats isn't really a cat.
Well, you'll have to say that again. Sorry, what did you say there, Planner? What?
So Conspiracy Cats isn't really a cat.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's a big conspiracy.
Well, I'm not very casual. I'm certainly not a spaceman.
Another conspiracy. The biggest conspiracy of all, though, is that I do not walk on a plane. I walk on a sphere. So I'm not really plane I walk.
Yeah, that's also true.
So, you know.
I wonder how maybe this is how conspiracies actually start. Perhaps somebody sits down and thinks, I wonder, and they start looking for stuff, and then they find stuff that doesn't really fit with their reality, and then they think this is a conspiracy, and then put it on social media, perhaps.
Just as I was talking about how my country isn't underdeveloped and is economically stable, my internet broke.
It's a conspiracy.
The irony. Yeah, maybe that's a conspiracy as well.
Oh no. Did I interrupt or?
You okay?
No, I don't think you interrupted.
Well, actually, you did get out, and I'm kidding. No, I'm kidding.
Okay. Where did I where was I cut? I was talking about yeah, and I realized that it was bullshit. Not just because just because it's bullshit, but because this elderly woman was literally scaring kids into believing that they will go to hell if they do something wrong. And it was just sad, honestly.
Well, I mean, for me, that's kind of where a lot of religions kind of fall down. You know, particularly Christianity. Don't get me wrong. I'm a firm believer of people's democratic right to believe whatever they want to believe.
Same.
And I would defend that. But the thing is, this is where Christianity falls over, because what they're asking you to do is to worship a God that loves you, but if you don't worship him and love him, he will damn you to hell.
Yeah, imagine what that does to a kid, to a developing kid's mind.
Exactly, you know, that's a simple way of looking at it, but exactly what you were saying there, from a kid's perspective, you know, that could be quite confusing or scary. You know, it's kind of, I've got to do this.
You were
actually
scared.
This horrible place where I'm going to feel pain and torment forever and ever and ever. You know, it's.
It kind of reminds me of a meme that I saw. So, you know, has anyone heard of this idea or this type of person called I think it's, I'm probably going to butcher the pronunciation here, but yandere?
No, I haven't.
I've heard the term, but I don't know what it means.
So essentially, what that is it's a person who's really obsessed over another person, and
Oh
generally
yeah,
in
yeah yes,
generally
yeah,
in
I remember
anime,
that.
it's it'll be a female, right? And so
Yeah.
this female will be really obsessed over one guy, and if any and they
Oh
basically want
yeah,
this one
I
guy
see
to
where this is going. Yeah.
wants this one guy to love them, and they'll basically torture them forever if they don't until they love them, and it's
Yeah.
basically God is the same thing. We'll you will torture you forever if yandere.
So yeah, so what that does really, it creates a kind of like a false premise straight away. It's kind of that thing that you're scared into. I mean, at the end of the day, love is the way I see it is love is unconditional. If it's true love, it's unconditional. Okay, but straight away, what you're doing is you're bringing somebody into religion as a young person, and you hear that that's not unconditional. That's conditional. You have to
Yeah.
love them. You have to love God, or you're going to go to hell.
It's
So
also
it's
like
kind of like what is their definition of love? Is love to me? What they're saying is to love God, you have to worship God.
Mhm.
And that's not. They're two different things, and that's
Yeah.
I think that's another way that not all religions, but particularly Christianity falls over. I mean, I used to be a Christian, or at least I think I was really pretending to be a Christian for the benefit of a girl that I met, who I then later married. Now we're divorced, sadly. Well, not sadly, but
Yeah.
sadly that I married. I wish I hadn't. But I had 2 children with her anyway. But I was truly pushing myself into that for her more than anything else. And I really actually did try very, very hard to understand it. But there was just so many contradictions in my mind, especially between the difference between creationism and evolution. I really, really struggled with that. And within the creationist ideas, there's a lot of contradictions that just don't seem to be able to fit reality.
yeah.
And I struggled with that all the way through. And that's probably one of the reasons why I turned my back on it.
So yeah, one person in the chat actually said no, there's no such thing as unconditional love, and I would actually agree with them. And it's one of them things where if someone did something, if you loved someone, like let's say you had a girlfriend or something, and they murdered a kitten or something, then you probably wouldn't love them anymore. I mean, how can you love someone that murders a kitten?
I would say to you, Plan a Walk or CC Sleeper, I would suggest, at least Plan a Walk, I suggest you've never had children. I don't know whether CC Sleeper has or not. I have no idea. But when you have children, you understand what unconditional love is, because I wouldn't care what my children do or
I
end up
see.
doing.
Yeah, I see what you.
I will love them no matter what they are or whatever they do. If they end up as axe murderers, okay, I won't condone what they're actually doing or all the rest of it, but I will still love them the same. And once you have children, you'll understand that. And I don't want to sound condescending. I don't mean to come across that, but that's just a fact of life. I didn't really understand what unconditional love was until I had children, and that's just fact. And I think if you ask most parents, they would probably agree with me. I think.
Yeah, I have to agree with Casual Spaceman.
Okay. Yeah, I
I
don't have kids.
CC Sleepers just said I haven't, so I rest my case in that regard. As I said, I don't want to sound condescending. It's just a fact.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, he just said, you got me there. I certainly don't know how that feels, and belittling a parent's love is the last thing I'd do. So yeah, I get your point there. And he gets your point. Or she. I don't know. Generally...
Are you male or female? Let us know. Not that it's really important. It doesn't really matter, does it? I don't know.
They. We'll just refer to them as they.
They.
Crucial information.
Non-gender specific.
Yeah. Okay, here's something, right? here's something that I really don't get. Why do people have so many objections to using they them pronouns?
Because they're lazy. I think it's that. It's just they're lazy, or because they want to prove something.
Like I have,
Well,
Go on, casual.
that's okay, Karen. Go on.
I was just gonna say I have no problems with using they them pronouns. The only thing that's sort of in the way is me having a tendency to use he, she, or his,
Well, yeah, you're
hers.
used to it.
You know. Yeah. So I don't.
So when you saying that, are you referring to people that are non-gender specific? In other words, they don't identify with one gender or the other. Is that where you're heading?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the way I see it is that if somebody wants to call themselves, if they were born male and they've transgendered into female, and if they want to be referred to as she, I'll call them she. And likewise, the other way around. Now, with non-binary people, if they want to not identify with one or the other, I don't feel that they have the right to tell me that I can't say he or she.
Well,
if I make a mistake, then correct me by all means. Fine, if you want to be called she. But I've been told off by somebody because I incorrectly gendered them because they were non-binary. And
Well,
I called her, and then they went through me, and I said, "Hang on a second. What do you want? What do you expect from me? Unless you actually carry a sign on your back or on your front saying, please don't call me he or she. How am I supposed to know?"
Yeah.
Oh, okay, well that's reasonable.
Yeah, that's where it gets my goat, because you do get non-binary people who do that. I don't have an issue if somebody turns around to me and says, "Don't call me he or she, just call me by my name." Okay, well, say what is your name? I'll call you by your name. It's not a problem. What I don't want is people telling me what we should be calling people that I don't know.
I think they have the right, obviously, to prefer pronouns, but I don't think it's necessary to get annoyed or to correct constantly people if they like forget or mess up. It's just a pronoun, because obviously people are not used to saying they and them in that context. So it's, of course, chances are they're gonna say she or he. And I think because I've seen a lot of people on the internet get actually mad if you mess up their pronouns. But it's honestly, you have the right to prefer a pronoun, but don't get mad about it. Don't.
Yeah. I mean, the way I see they and them is also a plural. I mean, it's widely accepted.
Yeah, that's why it's weird.
Exactly.
Apparently, we've got a viewer who is so we've got a viewer who is just restreaming this. Ahoy hoy P Mars and P Mars's audience.
P Mars, okay, I've never heard of P Mars.
Yeah.
Are you happy for them to be streaming your stream?
I mean, in a way, it is taking. It is basically taking a few viewers away from me, I guess. But in a way, it is also more viewers if they want to subscribe.
Is this P Mars? Is he monetized? Is he monetizing his channel, or what's?
I don't know.
Because if he is, that's really not good.
Why I'm trying to.
I mean, there isn't much that I can really do here.
Okay, I found a channel called. Yeah, if he's live streaming this. Yeah, he's literally he's not even trying. He's literally just live streaming his Chrome. It's like you can see the chat.
Yeah.
I don't think that he's doing this. Maybe he's not doing this because he wants to steal viewers. I think he's just not aware that he's unintentionally stealing viewers. There are people watching him.
This has happened before.
You don't make a mistake like that.
Yeah.
No, you don't.
Oh, he's okay. He's well, for some reason his stream is called Flat Earth 1v1 cowards, but he's been streaming for 7 hours. So I presume that this isn't the
Okay.
only thing
Yeah,
he's been streaming.
but
Be
this
streaming other
has
things.
happened. This has happened before, so I don't think this is an accident because if you do it once, then that's fine. But if you do it twice, I think he's doing this for attention or
Yeah,
something.
okay. He muted you when you were saying to go check your channel out. He muted you when you were talking to his audience.
Okay. Yep.
It's a bit weird. That's to me. That's being a lazy. If he's a YouTube creator, I mean, can you call him really a creator if he's just streaming other people's stream? That's just, to me, that's just laziness.
Yeah.
He can come and call me out on that if he wants to. You can come here and join, and then you can call me out for calling him lazy if you likes, and then maybe explain. But until then,
Yeah. Let me see if. Yeah, I'll just delete this. There we go. All right.
Someone in his channel says a planner walk thinks he's a know-it-all. He doesn't even know the basics.
Oh,
Wow.
okay.
well,
Get
Monty Tom, come and
Get wrecked. Absolutely devastated.
come and Multi Tom, come and tell Planner Walk what he's getting wrong then exactly. If he doesn't know the basics, then come and talk about it. Come and join us.
He's not streaming it anymore. His tab is open. It's just that he changed the tab.
Yeah, because
Oh, that's what he's done.
so I called him out and then he changed it. Maybe I can give him the benefit of the doubt, but this as I said, this has happened before.
Going. I mean,
Okay.
your audio.
Oh, okay. If he had
Oh, have you
muted it
seen-
and
have you
switched
seen-
to tab,
Have you seen
then
what Super Looming Hyena has said on that as well? I'm not going to say that word because I hate that word.
which
The very last thing they said on that
He referred to you as a he's just childish. That's honestly just childish.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
You should
can
just-
agree more. I hate that word.
okay, he's coming. He's coming.
He's coming.
Okay, I see.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, I'm just going to drag him in.
He's probably gonna come and shout at me now.
Ahoy, hoy.
Isn't Fight the Flat Earth gonna spank you?
Why?
I don't know, man. I thought I was banned. Like, I was banned here for a long time.
Yeah.
Fight the Flat Earth.
So,
So why are you streaming other people's streams, buddy?
My content is I stream other people's streams.
That's not very
Okay.
good content, honestly.
that's
It's a bit
like
lazy if I'm on.
I'm really lazy.
that's like
Okay,
react.
you're
Yeah, that's like reaction. Them react channels that react to other people's content.
Yeah, that's kind of what I do. I kind of comment on shit. Yeah. Like, people don't want to collab with me or associate with me because there's vile rumors that I'm a porn bomber and all this crap. They spread all these lies about me, and I'm not allowed to come on and defend myself. I'm just completely banned and blacklisted out of all the communities. So
Yeah, but I
I'm
mean,
kinda left.
You can.
That's
I
not.
don't have a choice.
It doesn't justify.
Yeah, I mean, you could. I'm only giving you advice here. I'm not having a pop at you or anything like that. I'm just saying that what you could do is you just get your thinking caps on and just be a bit creative. I mean, sometimes I'd go through some weeks when I'd think, what the hell am I going to do? And I end up just doing a quick clip of something from NASA or something like that because I couldn't think of anything else to do. But sometimes if you just sort of sit down and think about things, you can start getting creative, and then one thing can lead to another sort of idea, another idea, or different kind of stream or whatever. I don't very often in my streams. It just ends up with me just talking. It's like whatever. If people want to listen, then fine. If they don't, they don't.
One of the
I have a important question. Why are you using Discord light theme? How do your eyes not hurt you?
I don't know.
Heresy.
Heresy. That's a bit strong.
So one of the things that I often have trouble with is coming up with ideas, because every week I do a stream, but every second week I've got to think of what am I going to do this week that's not a debate. Because what
There's
I
a
was
streamer. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, quite often I have trouble with coming up with ideas, but I try and make it work at least.
There's a streamer named Almighty Tevin, and all he does is restream a guy named Darkside Phils, who's a gamer. He restreams his stream on Twitch, on YouTube, and like makes fun of him, and he gets more viewers than the stream he's streaming.
Oh wow!
Are you willing to step that low?
Wow, that's just weird as well. Particularly if he gets more viewers than them. It's weird.
Why do you guys think it's immoral to? Do you think it's immoral to restream?
No, it's just.
No, it's not.
Is he restreaming or is he streaming while Phil is streaming?
He just basically streams Phil's stream and like sometimes.
So he's mirror streaming. He's mirror streaming.
He changes it a little bit. Like he makes comment. Like he makes fun of Phil. He calls up Phil when Phil's being a hypocrite. Because it's like a troll community.
I guess that's kind of okay. Okay. If he has a commentary on it, that's kind of.
I think saying it's immoral is probably a bit strong, but it's
never said
lazy. Yeah, I think somebody said it was immoral. I think is it?
Oh no,
was it immoral?
I was saying that his choice of using a Discord light theme was a heresy. That's a joke.
No. I think P Mars asked a question. He said, "Is it immoral?" And I said, "I don't think it's immoral, but I think it's just lazy." But then again, also, if that guy mirror streaming the other one and he's making money from it, and the other guy's not, well, yeah, you could probably say that's probably slightly immoral.
And I actually agree with what Shaina Living Water says. Creators recommend 50 ideas written down at all times. When you feel creative, make several videos, but release only one a day, so you're always ahead. And actually, I've got quite a few video ideas bouncing around in my head. So today I'm going to record a video, and this video will be seen by most people. Actually, Casual Spaceman, you'll be able to see it earlier, probably tomorrow, but it'll be able to be watched by most people in about a month. It'll be a good video. It'll be about high IQ skepticism.
Oh, that would be funny. Just keep using your normal humour. Plan of what could be fine.
Yeah, I've got heaps of tabs that I'm gonna open.
Do you have a script already, or?
No, I don't do things off script. Everything that you see in videos, apart from every so often, is.
No, but I mean, do you have an idea?
Yeah, I definitely have an idea of how the video is going to go, so I know I know what I'm going to do. And
some of my videos are quite detailed, and there's a lot of detail about, say, like the Mars 2020 rover. I mean, that involves a lot of information, so I have to script that, because otherwise I'll just end up waffling and giving a whole lot of stuff information out. So yeah, sometimes I script and sometimes I don't. Just occasionally, if I'm doing like a debunk thing, which I do the odd rare one occasionally, I don't usually script those. I just go ahead and just do it, just off the top of my head. Yeah, it works out better that way,
Yeah, like for the for video responses, and that's one thing that I'm going to have to probably record tomorrow, just as kind of an accompaniment thing, which will be released on Monday, unless I don't get it done on Monday, in which case it will be released on Tuesday. Essentially, it's going to seem like I'm making one video a day, when in actuality I'm not. Actually, yeah, it'll actually kind of be me making one video a day, now that I think about it.
Well, I tell you, she in her living waters. She give some good advice there, actually. I don't
Yeah.
know about 50 ideas. I'm not sure I could ever stretch to that.
Is it gonna?
50 ideas, but it's a good idea though. Like, you know, maybe even if it's just like a dozen or so. You know.
Yeah.
Are you doing like
Just replace
flat
it.
Earth? Flat Earth. It's kind of hard to get flat Earth content because yeah, it's kind of repetitive.
Informational videos.
And I feel like since they've switched where you can't go live on the Google Hangouts anymore, there's a lot less flat Earth content because a lot of flat Earthers they don't know how to stream now. I feel like you know what I mean. But,
Yeah, I actually do get what you mean. Wait, is Dell still around? Did Dell ever figure it out?
Yeah, he figured. Yeah, he did it. Like
Okay.
some people have figured it out, but I think a lot of people like that was a learning curve. Like they don't know how to stream, and that's why there's,
Stream.
like,
I mean,
a lot less
streaming,
content.
doing it effectively actually is quite hard. Actually, I find.
Yeah.
Doing it properly. On Planet Walk, I think you've got it down quite well. You don't have too much trouble presenting and stuff like that, but
The
I find it
only
difficult switching from one things to another. Sometimes I have sound problems, and sometimes my sound doesn't work. And I can guarantee in every single stream, there's always one little thing at least to go wrong. Doesn't quite go right.
The only thing that I really have trouble with when it comes to streaming is probably the way that I speak, because you'll notice that quite a few times I have and and I'm working on that. I'm trying not to have pauses in my sentences, trying to think ahead when I say stuff.
Yeah, well, you know, yes, that's true. But I mean, I think that's just part of who you are now. I think people come to expect it. It's not a
Sorry
bad thing
for
necessarily. it's just-
interrupting.
Go ahead.
Rizinen, however you supposed to pronounce that. Sorry if I butchered it, but yeah, he's saying, yup, sticking to a script is preferred by NASA script writers. Going off script might show in lesser cash in the
Shield
Yeah, I know. Yeah, my shield checks are massive, so yeah, I should really just script, shouldn't I? Yeah, sorry.
Well,
about
I mean,
that.
But
I'll make sure that I get my scripts approved by NASA as I usually do, but sometimes I just skip the process. Yeah, sorry about that. You know, it might you know, my shield check might get a little bit.
Arto Rizinen, Arto, well, why don't you join the chat and we can debate that? Because
I'm pretty sure he's joking there.
I don't think there's much to debate on that particular comment, really.
No, but I mean, I'm just looking for someone to debate because we aren't really, like, everyone in the chat literally agrees on everything here. I mean,
Okay, I disagree with PMARS on a few things.
I'm a huge conspiracy person. I'm not a flat earther, but I do think NASA lies to us. I think
But
Like-
what?
I can't.
I can instantly think of something that I disagree with PMARS on. Right? 9/11
I'm
is one
not
thing.
very- I don't really know PMAR as well, so I couldn't say that. Well, what do you think NASA is lying us about?
Real quick before we get into this, I just want to say one thing about Brian F in the chat says, "Wait, you guys are getting paid? I'm getting paid. Casual Spaceman is about to get paid, but you know, and congratulations for nearly being at the pay mark, Casual Spaceman."
What don't you get your NASA shield check like me?
No, I thought. Wait, you get a NASA shield check?
thousands of dollars every month. I mean, Christ.
Damn.
I get shield checks every month. I mean, yeah, Mr. Bridenstine comes to my door personally and delivers it every month. It's brilliant.
I mean, I used to get it, but then the whole Mark Leventhal thing happened, and so you know.
Yeah, it kind of fell apart for you. Yeah, no, you need to get on the NASA stuff and you know and start chilling and get your shield check easily. It's easy money.
All right. Anyway, let's get into the actual debate part. So, Quantum Echo asked.
Yeah, PMARS. I asked PMARS what he thinks NASA is lying about.
Well, for one, I'm not a believer in climate change, and I think they're lying about the temperature data. I don't know. I can't really prove that.
But it's
but I also think
it's not just NASA though that is involved with climate change. There's a lot of other scientists that study
Yes.
climate change outside of
Do
NASA.
you think
Are
they
they lying
all
as
are
well?
connected? They have a
yeah. There's a professor at Georgetown, Carol Quigley. He wrote this book I read where it's like he says that these organizations they appear autonomous and then they all agree with each other, and then
well,
that
yeah,
reinforces
because
lies.
well, there is the possibility they agree with each other not because they are all connected and they have a scheme, but because the evidence the research they've done concludes to only one conclusion, and that is that climate change is real, and that's why they agree, not because they had
Right.
a scheme or anything.
Right. That's why it makes it more believable. They have all these organizations that they appear autonomous on the surface, but yeah, they are connected, and that's what tricks people into believing.
Well, I mean,
Well, that's
yeah, NASA
lies.
is probably connected to the the organization, whatever it's called, the
well, I mean,
tracks.
when you say connected, define connected.
Yeah, what do you
by
mean?
connected
I mean, they
exactly?
sure are connected. They definitely are connected, but I don't think they're connected in that way.
And I could find the part in the book where he's talking about it, but basically, there's some organization that has a goal, and then they'll have a magazine come out and say something, like a professor might give a lecture or something and say the same thing. They have all these sources that come out that seem like they're autonomous and independent of each other, but they're all in some way like connected to this group that's trying to push like an agenda or a lie or whatever. And that's how.
Can you give an example?
I could find maybe quickly. I could find the part in the book, but
So I just want to ask you. So you're reading a book about it. Do you know who the book was written by?
yeah, Professor Carol Quigley. He's a history professor out of Georgetown University.
Professor Carol. How do you spell that?
Quigley, Carroll.
Carrill. Okay, found it.
QUI. Let's see.
So, 9th of November 1910 to January 3rd, 1977.
What's that? Oh,
So, 1910 to 1977.
is that? I'm not sure. Like when he was alive. I know he was Bill Clinton's history favorite professor.
Yeah, it says here influence on Bill Clinton in the Wikipedia page.
Yeah. So I found this. Oh, so here he's talking about the Royal Institute of International Affairs. Where does he say here? Yeah, he talks about like the Royal Institute of International Affairs and Chatham House doing this. Where does he say? Not as an influence of an autonomous body.
So other than what you see in terms of connections with when it comes to global warming, I mean, from your own experiences or your own observations, why else do you think that that global warming doesn't exist?
Okay,
any other reasons?
Yeah, I think it's basically it's a conspiracy to have control over people. I think they have an agenda to change human behavior and human attitudes, how we live our lives.
Who's they? When you say they, who is they?
The United Nations. There's a think tank called the Club of Rome, and they put out a book called The First Global Revolution.
And this is all because they have a same conclusion about climate change.
Here, there's a quote, like a lot of climate deniers will quote this book. It says, Because of the sudden absence of traditional enemies, new enemies must be identified. In searching for a new enemy to unite us, we came up with the idea that pollution, the threat of global warming, water shortages, famine, and the like would fit the bill. All these dangers are caused by human intervention, and it is only through changed attitude and behavior that they can be overcome. The real enemy then is humanity itself.
Well, I'm pretty certain that there's a better way. There's a much better way of doing that if I were United Nations, but
Yeah.
okay, I see why you say that.
Here's the thing about.
But the thing. Sorry, continue.
Okay, thank you. Here's the thing about a conspiracy like that. I mean, that's global. Okay. Then you think about conspiracies about flat Earth. That is a conspiracy that we're told we live in a globe and all the rest of it. Then you have conspiracy that is a massive conspiracy that space doesn't exist or we didn't land on the moon. But here's the thing that I mean, this is not a proof that none of these things exist, okay? But it fits reality. And the way I see it is that if you've got those such huge conspiracies, like massive conspiracies like those things, okay, you can imagine how many people have to be involved and actually knowing that these are conspiracy. In other words, they're the people that have made the decisions. They know what's going on. We know that they're telling the whole world a lie. So there must be a large amount of people involved in that, has to be, in order to cover it up as something else, okay? Or as we're controlling the world's population. So if you think about all those people, it probably have to run into the millions. Then why is it, particularly as well with space is fake and not landing on the moon, why hasn't there been one single whistleblower that can actually come forward? And when I say a whistleblower, I mean somebody that can come forward with documented and demonstrable evidence that cannot be denied, like things like Watergate and the various Secret Service whistleblowers that have come forward that have actual documents and all the rest of it that prove the things that they're actually doing. There hasn't been one single one of those people that's come forward to do that. And you have to ask yourself, well, why? And it just doesn't, and because it hasn't, it doesn't fit reality. That's the biggest issue that I've got with all these great big conspiracies. That is my main bugbear. I mean, there's lots of other things as well, from what we observe and all the rest of it. Not what we're being told, but what we observe and what we experience, is particularly with weather change and all the rest of it. There's lots of other things involved in that, but that would be my biggest thing.
Right, I brought up Carroll Quigley earlier, and I feel like he is one of these whistleblowers. And I found the part of the book that I was going to talk about, how these autonomous groups are actually working together. So he writes...
So can I just hold you there a second? So this Carroll Quigley, with this Carroll Quigley, then would you say that she has knowledge?
It's a man, by the way.
Involved. Okay, sorry, it's a man. He has knowledge, or he was involved in it being a cover-up and a conspiracy.
Yeah.
And has he got demonstrable, documented proof that this is all a conspiracy?
I can't answer the last question, but he was involved. He was a historian for something called the Council on Foreign Relations, which is sort of like the Royal Institute of International Affairs in America. And he was their historian for that organization, and he was allowed access to their documents. And he said stuff like the elite class. He said
he had access, but he has no evidence for any of these documents, but he had access to them.
He's a part of the establishment. He's a part of the system. So he's like a respected, he's a credible source. That's why I like to use him.
Yeah, but the question
he's a part of it. I can't answer. I can't answer that question. I don't know everything, right?
Okay.
But
you see the point I'm making.
Sure, but he is a credible source. He was influenced Bill Clinton, for example.
Okay, but that doesn't prove that.
I can't answer because I don't know.
I know you can't answer it. I know you can't answer it. I'm just trying to make a point. But you can't say that he was involved in the conspiracy or not. But the fact that just purely by association, what you're saying is purely by association, that he's got access to all these things,
there-
and he's credible, makes him an actual witness, when in reality it
If I
doesn't.
if I had time to do more research, I might be able to answer that question. Like, he probably does have something to make him credible or back up his claims, but I can't answer that now because I'm not prepared for that question. But in this book, he says Anglo-American establishment. The greater part of its, he calls the magazine The Times, influence across from its position of one of several branches of a single group, the Milner Group. By interaction of these various branches with one another, under the pretense that each branch was autonomous power. That's what I was talking about, how like they make all these sources seem independent of each other, but they're connected to this group. The Milner Group he's talking about. So the influence of, this is from the book, the influence of each branch was in an autonomous power. The influence of each, the influence of each branch was increased through a process of mutual reinforcement. The unanimity among various branches was believed by the outside world to be the result of the influence of a single truth, while really it was the result of the existence of a single group. So I do think, yeah, he's backing up what I'm saying about how, like, yeah, all these groups that appear autonomous to echo the same thing, and then we believe the lie, and that's, I believe, what they're doing with climate change. Although he's not talking about climate change.
But that's really what you're saying is guilty by association. Is the way I see that. Is that really guilt itself? Because I don't think guilt by association is necessarily guilt. If you understand what I mean.
Well, basically, I'm saying Carol Quigley's in this book backs up what my claim. That's
in that one paragraph.
Yes, but these groups.
It's still, even going by what you actually read that paragraph, what you're talking about is whether that we say that these groups are autonomous, but they're not. They're actually influenced one by or the other. But that's just guilt by association. Just because they might say the same or agree the same things, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're all tied in together and they're cooperating with each other. That doesn't prove that they're cooperating with each other.
Yes.
And hiding a conspiracy. Do you understand what I'm saying by that?
Sure. It's just, I believe that's how they trick us into believing lies, right? They have all these groups that say the same thing.
You believe in something that you don't really have good evidence for it. I mean, why do you believe? Just because you want to believe, or do you, I don't get it. How can you believe in something that you obviously have not a lot of evidence for?
See, I mean,
I know. I appreciate you saying before as well, and I appreciate the honesty when you said, "Oh, look, I can't prove this." However, I forgot my train of thought. I'll come back in a second. Sorry, I forgot my train of thought.
So, well, I mean, but it's obvious that even if okay, let's say that climate change isn't real, but like obviously the environment is in a bad shape. I mean, it's like just go outside. I think even if the climate change isn't real, I still think that you should act as if it is, because the environment then just what I'm trying to say is that don't take Earth for granted, is what I'm trying to say, even if climate change isn't real.
Yeah, but you know what some of the changes are going to be based on climate change? It's going to be like, you won't be allowed to eat meat, you won't be allowed to drive a car, you'll have to have this like...
Who said that?
No. He's saying because they say that farms or something, I forgot, that it can affect climate change. And no one said that you don't have to, that you mustn't eat meat. No one said that. I'm just trying to say that you shouldn't, I don't know, just try to pollute less. I'm not just talking to you directly.
There's stories in the mainstream media that's tying climate, saying that like eating meat
I doubt.
So,
well, yes. Let's say.
I think what you're doing is you're misunderstanding what they're doing is they're associating that with farming on the scale that we have across the globe has got a large footprint. I mean, that's just a fact.
No one is gonna make you not eat meat.
nobody's saying that you need to stop eating meat. Okay, what a lot of people are actually asking is, well, okay, can we find another way that we can actually farm
Meat.
cattle or whatever meat in another way that doesn't leave such a carbon footprint? I mean, the way that it's actually produced does leave a massive carbon footprint. It's no doubt about it. Anything right the way from the breeding process to the housing process to the farming and the fields that they have to and the equipment they actually use to transportation and the refrigeration and all the rest of it, it leaves a large carbon footprint, and that's just a fact. Nobody can deny that.
It's not just carbon. It's
So-
not just carbon.
Hold on, but nobody, exactly what Qantas just said, nobody's actually saying you cannot eat meat. Nobody's saying that. Nobody said that.
Yeah,
And
also,
there's, I was just gonna bring up a quick
it's-
point about
Okay,
eating.
yeah, do it. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
So one of the big things that has happened really recently was the Amazon fires, and that is a result of meat farming because meat and soybean farming, and a lot of those soybeans were being used to actually feed the cattle. You can continue, Quantum.
Yeah, I just want to say that it's not just carbon. It's they're not just producing a lot of carbon. It's the entire meat industry on this scale is harming the environment in other ways, not just by producing carbon dioxide.
Oh, I think there's nitrogen runoff and stuff like that.
And I'm not just saying it as gases. I mean, I'm not just talking about harmful gases. I'm talking about. Wait, give me a second. I'm gonna find the study.
Can I just address
talking
something?
about
Well,
this.
PMars
Yeah,
wanted
you
to
can
say.
go
PMars wanted
Go
to
on,
say
go
something,
on.
so
No, go ahead, Spaceman. That's fine.
Are you sure? No, you can go ahead if you want.
I was just gonna say that I think that basically all the media stories about the environment, it's like over the years there's been a lot of propaganda built up, and it's not, they don't care about the environment. It's all about changing the way we live our lives, and that's what we're going to see. A lot of these solutions are going to be things like forcing us to not eat meat. We won't be able to drive cars and all this really like bad things that we should fight this climate change lie. I really think it's a lie by those in power. So
I just want to address something that was said in the chat. Actually, it was Sheena Living Waters, and she says she's obviously quoted from a policy that was, or a document that was signed by 500 scientists, and it says there is no climate emergency. There is no cause for panic or alarm. We strongly oppose the harmful, unrealistic net zero CO2 policy proposed for 2050. As I understand it, that document that was signed by the 500 scientists, we're really just saying that there's no climate emergency and there's no for panic or alarm. To a certain extent, I actually agree that I don't think it's as bad as some organisations will make it out to be. I don't think there's any reason for immediate panic, although the situation is getting worse, and I do believe it is very, very real.
Yes.
I mean, I know personally people that have experienced situations and floods and things like that can only be attributed to global warming. So I know it exists, but am I panicking at the moment? No, I'm not. I think there's far more other things to worry about. But to deny that it doesn't exist at all, I think is.
Yeah.
I was going to say
think-
disingenuous, but I think that's maybe a strong word. But there's a lot of people are suffering because of it, and go and tell that to them if you think it's a lie. That's why.
Yeah.
I want to
no one is-
address what Curtis Reynolds said because he says something. He said CO2 makes up approximately 0.389% of the total atmosphere. Humans and all of human activity contribute 3% of that 0.389% of the CO2 in the atmosphere. And whilst that may be true, you do have to think that it's not so much the fact that there is... It's not so much the fact that carbon is being added to the atmosphere, which is a bad thing, right? Carbon dioxide being added to the atmosphere is definitely bad, and we should try and reduce our carbon footprint in that regard. But another big thing is the reduction of carbon sinks, which I think is a much bigger problem than adding carbon to the atmosphere.
Yeah, and on top of that, of course, you've got the diminishing rainforests and all the rest of it, which, you know, are very essential to, you know, the plant's ecosystems, no doubt about it. And that's, you know,
And
you've
that
got
is
the size of something
to...
like, yeah, and you've got the size of something in the area the size of Wales that is destroyed every single year, and it's just not, it's not being replaced in near quickly enough to replace it. That's the reality, and nobody can deny that because the evidence is there. Just go to the Amazon rainforest and have a look, look at maps as to where it all used to be, and have a look to where it is now. There is massive areas that have disappeared.
Yeah.
I wanted to comment on what Casual Spaceman said earlier, that it's not an immediate threat, that no one is going to make you now stop eating the food you want. But if we don't dial back the emission of carbon and everything that we're doing right now, in a near future, you will have to actually stop eating meat if we continue this way. But right now, then no one is gonna make you do that.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Interesting fact, there's a ton of CO2 below the surface of the Earth that comes up through volcanoes, and if it were all to be released, there'd be so much atmospheric pressure that we'd be crushed, and it'd get like super hot. It'd become like Venus here.
But
possibly, but I mean that's highly unlikely to happen, though.
Yes, I don't understand why you brought it up.
I just thought it was an interesting fact.
Well, it is. But don't
get me wrong. Yes, it is an interesting fact. Don't get me wrong.
Yes.
I'm not.
It's just that it's not quite. It doesn't contribute, but yeah, it is interesting.
But the problem with volcanoes, particularly large ones, and particularly super volcanoes like the size of Yellowstone, if that does erupt, that's going to throw up a whole lot of other stuff into the atmosphere that's going to be far more harmful.
Yeah, some scientists think that the dinosaurs didn't die because of the meteor hitting the planet. I mean, that caused a lot of damage, but there's this theory that the meteor made all the volcanoes erupt on the opposite side of the planet, which released a bunch of CO2 and caused like
from what I know, it's not just, it's a lot of different factors that contributed to the extinction of the majority of the family of Dinosauria, because obviously some survived.
So don't you guys think that the climate change and species extinction is just kind of like something that happens on the planet? It's always happened before we existed, and I don't know.
But okay. Can I just say something? It did happen. It happened like what, 3 times? More than 3 times or something. 2 times. The mass extinctions.
Maybe there were humans there that did.
There's the Permian. there's the Paleozoic and the Mesozoic extinction, but you do realize that those two were like, there's a very big time gap between those. Like, I mean, the Mesozoic, the KT extinction happened 65 million years ago, and the Paleozoic, the Great Dying, happened 475, something like that, million years ago, and that's a pretty big difference.
But you're missing a fundamental point in that they were all natural. This is not
also
natural.
that, also that. Well, but but I was trying to say that even if this, I mean, it's kind of like it would be weird if it was natural, because it would happen very quickly compared to the others. It wouldn't be it would be a very smaller gap.
And here's the thing, that the rise in CO2 and what have you into the atmosphere, as well as temperature variations, unnatural temperature variations, and all these things are directly corroborated and directly in line with the Industrial Revolution. It is right there. The evidence is right there. It's sitting glaring in the face, and it's too much of a coincidence for it to be a natural phenomenon if it does exist. If you're saying it doesn't exist, if you see what I mean, it's there. It can't be denied. Is where I see it. You know, directly in line with the Industrial Revolution. If you have a look at the data, and you'll see.
Hey, Pima.
And that's not just data that's been just been produced by NASA. There's other independent groups who've found exactly the same thing.
I accidentally muted myself. I wanted to say, well, yeah, I mean, you could say that, but to someone who believes in conspiracy theories, that's like, or it's like the same if you told to a Christian, well, look at the evidence. The evolution is obviously true. I mean, yeah, it is obviously true, but to them, it's not. I mean, they believe in this stuff. It's not like this evidence that you're presenting them with. It's not gonna change their mind because they've already made it up.
Okay, one thing I also want to... So there's a few things I want to say. First, Curtis Reynolds in the chat says, no, it's not a bad thing. All vegetation on Earth needs and takes in CO2, and CO2 isn't particularly efficient as a greenhouse gas. Most efficient is methane, and even more so is water vapor. And when it... So yeah, I'll agree that methane is... I can agree that methane is a particularly powerful greenhouse gas, but when it comes to CO2... The problem with CO2 in the atmosphere is it actually, and the reason why it's not going to lead to bigger plants is because CO2 will have an effect on the climate. So CO2 traps heat in, and heat means that plants will actually use more water, or will actually lose more water if it's hotter due to evaporation when it goes to take in CO2. So it won't actually help plants in any way because of the way that plant biology, to basically, the way that plants keep cool is through water, and by releasing water by opening up, I think it's their stomata for CO2, then they don't cool down. Or then they have less water. They need water to live, and so then there's a problem with that. And the problem with having like 1 degree of temperature higher is that there will be more water vapor in the atmosphere, which will lead to a feedback loop.
Yeah. Can I just stress something in the chat as well? I've just seen Jamie H. She said, "Where's the impact crater caused by the meteor that hit the Earth and killed the dinosaurs?" Well, it's widely accepted, although at least within theorized, that there's a crater in Mexico, was it the Yucatan Peninsula?
At the Gulf of
Mexico. Yeah, off the Gulf of Mexico. Yeah, exactly. That what might have been the crater that caused the extinction of the dinosaurs at that time. So yeah, have a look at that. Go and Google it, and I'm sure you'll find some information on that.
And yeah, Foxabilo might have to link the report that he's talking about.
I'm not the best at debating the science behind the climate, because I realize like the science supports you guys' position for sure. But I've seen a video that threw into question the accuracy of their like historical data concerning climate and temperature, that it's not very accurate. Like they only really kept accurate records in America and not other places in the world, and they're basing a lot of these things off, I guess I would say, a small sample size. And yeah, but I can't really, I'm not really good at arguing. I can't really argue these points very well.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
No, but the thing is, I mean, I'm not a science person either, PMARS. I'm really not. I'm not great. I understand the kind of like the fundamentals of it. But what lets me down, unfortunately, I'm really terrible at maths. So quite often I can't really explain things properly. With those sort of things, and also it's just general knowledge. But the thing is that I will always say to a lot of people that believe in conspiracies is that when you look at a situation or an issue, right, the way I kind of think about it is it's kind of like a jigsaw puzzle. Okay, you say for instance you get a large jigsaw puzzle, say you buy from the shop, say it's 10,000 pieces. Okay. You create this, you got a picture, you can see the picture, so you build up all the pieces and you finish it and you've got this beautiful picture, okay? But the thing is that the way I see conspiracy theorists quite often will go along and do is they'll come along They'll find a little piece of information, in other words, one single piece of jigsaw puzzle, and they'll find a few others, and they'll find a few others, and they'll pick holes. Okay? And then they'll take those pieces, it could be, say, 20 pieces out of, say, 10,000 pieces, and they say, oh, well, this is enough for conspiracy. But the thing is, what you need to do, what I think you need to do, you need to look at the bigger picture. Fine, ask questions, by all means, but ask the right questions. Those questions you've got in your hand, those pieces you've got in your hand, then fair enough, ask those questions, but also look at the other pieces as well. Look at all the other pieces, because when it all adds up together, those 20 pieces are only 20 pieces out of 10,000. And so what you've got to do is you've got to look at the overwhelming evidence, and quite often the evidence, quite often it will come back on scientific evidence, not only just scientific evidence, but what you observe yourself, and see how it fits reality. But if you just listen to those 20 pieces of information, those YouTubers that are presenting those 20 jigsaw pieces, you're not getting the bigger picture. You're only seeing what they want you to see. So I would urge you, at all cases, is to go and look at everything. Read books, look at all kinds of different opinions, get all kinds of different opinions, and then form your own opinion that way, rather than just looking at the small little pieces that have been picked out of the bigger picture. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, I would agree with that sentiment. And here, I'd like to ask you a question. Like, so we have like the world of politics, right, and the world of science. And if those two worlds are kind of intermingling, do you see like where there could be a conflict of interest? Like, for example,
Yeah,
right? Like,
Yeah, obviously. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, let me know.
Like, if, like, say, like, there's a political movement or political agenda behind this green energy and all this stuff. That it could influence the fear of science with money and grants and stuff, right? So there could be a conflict of interest to produce bunk science to support a political agenda.
Absolutely right. Yeah.
Well, yeah, that happens all the time, but I doubt that like these big like organizations really doubt that NASA would do something like that. Can be bribed.
But here's the thing, right? I mean, I've been involved, or at least I was up until about 6 months ago. I was quite heavily involved in politics for quite a long time, off and on, for probably actually the majority of my life. Okay, and one thing is clear, and one thing is certain to me, and I will debate this with everybody: governments lie to us all the time. Okay,
Yeah.
there's no doubt.
Yeah,
absolutely.
yes.
We've seen that through history. You can go back to, say, Watergate. I mean, that was probably one of the world's first biggest conspiracies that everybody knew about, because we had the media and it was going about and all the rest of it. Okay, and we've seen it time and time again. Governments lie to us, but quite often as well, it's obviously sometimes it's the government's job to lie to us. But what you need to do is understand the lies that you know about, and as well as the lies that you don't know about. The lies that you don't know about. Oh no, I'm waffling a little bit.
No, it's interesting.
Yeah,
I want to hear it.
Absolutely. Politics revolves around in every aspect of our lives all the time. You can't avoid it. It's always there. Okay, but what you got to understand is that you got to think, okay, what's the end game? Say, for instance, okay, if all the governments are lying to us about global change, what is their end game? What is the reason for it? Okay, you can say, well, it's mind control and it's controlling us.
Yeah, but why?
Controlling us to what end?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So what you want to do is you want to look far beyond. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, there's something called Agenda 21, where they have all these goals set that is signed by people at the United Nations. It's not like binding, but I think it outlines their goals, and part of that is like, part of the things that it talks about in there is like I mentioned earlier, getting us to stop eating meat and getting us to stop owning private automobiles. So climate change.
I mean that's your opinion, but as you said before, you can't prove that. But that's the thing. What if the way I look at it, I will only believe something if somebody can prove it to me. Right.
Okay.
Somebody can actually. I mean, there's a lot of people will know me, right, on my channel. I'm very much into, and have ever since I was about 7 or 8 years of age, had an interest in the Apollo and the moon landings. Okay, but if somebody actually came to me, can actually demonstrably, absolutely prove to me looking at that bigger picture I was telling you about earlier on, I would go, yeah, fair enough. I'll delete my channel.
Okay.
But the trouble is that not one person has been able to do that. Not one. And I will only accept it if it's the demonstrable evidence. I'm not going to accept somebody coming along and saying, this is what I think because, I've seen this and I've seen that, therefore this is a conspiracy. I will only accept evidence. I'm not going to accept opinion. Oh, I think he's gone.
Oh, did P Mars leave? I was about just when I was about to bring up the Agenda 21 document. Damn. Oh, there we go. He's in the debate lobby. I'll bring him in. So
You disappeared there, buddy.
Yeah, my bad. I accidentally clicked that.
So P
You
Mars.
see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So P Mars, have you actually read the Agenda 21 document?
I have not.
You should. It's I think this is the document. Yeah, 351 pages, and it's got quite a bit. It basically outlines everything to do with wrong thing. Hold up, why isn't it? There we go. So yeah, essentially, I'll bring it up on stream so that everyone can see it. So it was developed by the United Nations, and as you said, it is non-binding, and it talks about things like environmental development, and it also talks about socio-economic things. So Agenda 21, I have read a fair bit of it. I haven't read the entire thing because it is 351 pages. I can link you it if you want to take a look. But it seems to actually be trying to bring people out of poverty as well as create a sustainable future for everyone.
Right.
And I can actually search. Let's see where it mentions farming. So yeah, it says here we've got some things promoting and supporting the management of wildlife as well as ecotourism, including farming, and encouraging and supporting the husbandry of cultivation of wild species for improved rural income and employment, ensuring economic and social benefits without harmful ecological impacts. That's the first time it mentions farming. Says governments of affected countries at the appropriate level with the support of relevant internal and regional organisations should implement research on seasonal forecasts to improve contingency planning and relief operations, and allow preventative measures to be taken at the farm level, such as selection of appropriate varieties and farming practices in times of drought. So that's another thing. So you could make the case that it is talking about trying to lessen meat consumption, because meat consumption can lead to bad farming practices.
But it's unsustainable, right?
Yeah, a lot of people will say that meat farming is very unsustainable, and that argument can be made, but I don't think it directly says that. It says, here we go, genetic resources should be protected in situ, I don't know, by maintaining and establishing protected areas and improving traditional farming and animal husbandry activities, and establishing programs for evaluating potential value of the resources. That's another thing. Why I'm just confused where the
Got a new person in the debate lobby.
Oh, they and them. I think they wanted to come. Ahoy hoy, they and them. It actually gives an example here. For example, the hillside areas of Andean countries of the South America, a large portion of the farming population is now faced with a rapid deterioration of land resources.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I couldn't find exactly in the document where. I read. I'm basing this off like what I've heard people talking about it. They said that it talks about stuff like not owning cars and not eating meat. I can't remember all the things it lists, but there's a list of basically their plans for the future. And so I think.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, I hear you.
Yeah, then we can hear you. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. I would disagree with quite a bit of the information that was talked about with regards to the viability of the meat industry and the government's trying to move away from meat, because you've actually got a lot of problems that are being neglected. One is that CO2 is actively being captured for use in the oil industry, because as part of the refining process they use a lot of CO2 to maximize the refining process. Also, the neglection of the methane gas, which from farm animals is a considerable input into current climate change studies.
He left.
Oh.
Still there?
I want
I
to ask you guys I wanted to ask you guys what you think about this Greta Thunberg being made.
Yeah. Yeah, I mentioned that at the beginning of the stream before. Remember, Firewalk.
Hmm?
Oh, God,
I don't know if you remember. I
sick of
mentioned
hearing about it
Greta.
all over.
I think the problem that that we've got here is that it has reached the point where no one's listening to the scientists. So what's happened is a kid has come along and said, "Hey, look, this is my future that that's on the line here. People need to start listening." And the issue is that people are, taking it and saying, "Oh, you have no point, so you got to get a kid in." And it's like, well, you've been ignoring the scientists for so long, so if we've got to get you to listen somehow.
But I mean, I study propaganda. That's kind of what my thing. And as far as I understand, like propaganda is supposed to bypass your logic and reason and appeal to your emotional side. And to me, it's like a child. What could be more perfect example than a child? I think like Joseph Goebbels would be proud of Greta and Thunberg, and it just seems like a blatant technique.
No, I think I've heard that comparison where they've said that Hitler used children, with long ponytails and all that. I think that's really disingenuous.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, and I think that's just so way off the cuff and out of the line. I hate people using that comparison. I'm not having a pop at you because it's been widely said all over the internet. It's not you. I'm not having an attack at you personally for that. But I just think that's just really disingenuous, to be honest with you, because it's no comparison whatsoever at all. And okay, you can say it's propaganda, quite possibly. Who knows? I don't really know. I'm not going to prove otherwise. But the thing is that you can't prove it's either propaganda as well. That's the thing.
I'm kind of terrified though, of a bunch of children being brainwashed to think that we need to depopulate or something.
Yeah, again, that's subjective. You can't say for sure that she's brainwashed or any child's brainwashed, can you?
Sorry, I don't know when I dropped.
You dropped
in and out a few times, haven't you?
Yeah, I've been trying to bring you in, but you keep on dropping for some reason.
I just really, really despise this brainwashing thing. I think it's just ridiculous. Personally, I think it's completely ridiculous, and it's just totally non-provable. No, I don't believe anybody's been brainwashed, and I don't particularly think anybody's been brainwashed about global warming. I really don't.
But when you say that, they reply with, excuse me, they just tell you that you're being brainwashed, and that's the reason why you're saying this. It's
exactly. See, you can't win either way. It can't be proved.
Yeah.
It can't be proved that there is no brainwashing. It can't be proved that there is. So really, it's a non-issue for me. what's the point of even debating that? Pointless, because nobody can win that argument ever. So let's I prefer would avoid that subject if we can. If we can, then I'll probably just dip out. Not because I'm upset or anything. I'm not upset. I'm just it's just not a conversation for me. It's not a debate for me anyway.
One person did say, Foxabilo said, a pigtailed, fresh faces girl speaking messages that would otherwise be criticised if they were adults sound similar to me. And I think that the, she is being criticised because she's a child. So I think in a way there's no winning here. It's like if they're adults, they get criticised. And even if the criticism is wrong, there's... people are just, climate change deniers will deny climate change. It's kind of a thing that happens.
I just want to address in the chat as well. It's Malowski. I'm sorry if I pronounced your name wrong, but you said that's exactly what somebody else with brain Rosh would say. But I could say the same back to you, couldn't I? I could say, well, you're saying that because you're brainwashed into whatever you believe. Do you see the point I'm trying to make here? It's a stupid. It'll be a ridiculous debate, and it'll go absolutely nowhere.
I did notice that people who criticized her got accused of bullying a special needs child, so it's a pretty good way to avoid debate.
You will get people like that. I don't think that's an argument either. To be honest with you, you will get people arseholes like that, and you will get a few people that use things like that. No, but this. Personally, let's just not get into a discussion about who we think is being brainwashed and we aren't, because as I said, those conversations I've seen many, many times, and they descend into chaos and they're pointless and get absolutely nowhere.
It'd be like someone saying to me, "Oh, you can't talk about flat Earth because you've got ADHD," and it's like, well, that's not an argument.
Yeah, exactly.
So what?
Yeah.
Wait, does that actually happen?
No, because not everyone knows that I have ADHD.
Okay.
It's like everything needs to be a protected class now. Like you can't make fun of criticize anyone unless they're a white male. Then you can say all
Well,
this about
white male. Excuse me.
I think that people can be. Criticized, and I do think that the sort of we need to protect certain classes does go a bit too far from we need to protect certain classes from criticism goes a bit too far.
Yeah, it just alienates them more.
That
comes down to freedom of speech, but the thing is with freedom of speech it comes with a responsibility, and some people use the excuse of freedom of speech to say whatever they want to whoever they want. Now don't get me wrong, everybody's open to criticism, everybody is. Children to another extent is that okay, they're not of an age where they can actually make their own decisions about the world around them to a lesser or more degree. Do you see what I mean? So to a certain extent there needs to be a certain amount of protection. Okay, this issue with Greta and all the rest of it as well. Okay, you can argue either one way or the other, but at the end of the day, it's had an impact. People are talking about it. Okay, you can maybe say that's propaganda, or it is. Quite honestly, I don't care if it's propaganda, but if it brings an issue to the forefront and everybody's talking about it, then great. Let's have a debate about it. But no, let's not debate whether she's been brainwashed or not. That's what
and I also think that when it comes to, we can say we can argue about things like, is it okay for an autistic person to be able to do this kind of stuff, does someone that has autism have the mental capacity to be able to come to these conclusions on their own? And I'd say that someone with autism can, they can come to the conclusion that climate change is an issue on their own.
She should be allowed to talk or speak or whatever, but I don't like this idea that just because they're autistic or whatever, they're black or they're a girl, you're not allowed to criticize them. And sometimes,
yeah, one of the issues.
I think where you need to draw a line is either you're actually criticizing her personally or criticizing for what she believes. I think
Yeah.
there's a
Oh yeah,
difference.
but
If
I
you're
mean,
criticising-
sometimes you
if
poke
you're
a little
criticising her
fun.
personally, then maybe that's not so good. But if you're criticising what she's saying, yeah, walk away, absolutely.
Like, okay, so what I saw, an example of like a Fox News host, they kind of like poked a little fun at Greta, and they played a clip from Children of the Corn, of like a child giving a lecture to a cult, you know, in this horror film, and then like compared it to Greta as like a joke, and called it like Children of the Climate or something, and she got accused of bullying, and it's just, you know, it's like a
So-
lighthearted joke, you know.
But the thing, yeah, but hang on. There's one fundamental thing that you're missing. Sorry, which news agency was that?
It was Fox News.
Fox News, right? Okay. There's the difference between a person making a joke and a company like a media, a massive news agency, and it is big. There's no doubt about it because people watch it around the world, making a joke as well. Media companies like that have a massive impact. That is irresponsible. If you made that joke, I wouldn't batter an eyelid. It wouldn't bother me at all. If you made a meme on YouTube or on Facebook or something, whatever, doesn't bother me. Just goes straight over on my head. But for a big media company like that to do that, that is irresponsible.
But
And that's
don't you
not a
think-
joke because people take it seriously and they build a picture in their mind as to what kind of person she is. Because people are gullible and they will kind of get into that kind of mindset.
So one of the things. Oh,
I just responded, like, don't you think if you like put yourself out on the public stage like that, though, that you kind of like open yourself up to stuff like that? Because
yeah, absolutely. But that doesn't give a right for a media company to make that kind of joke.
So
It's not like when a media company does that. That's not lightheartedness. That is not lighthearted. It just isn't.
So when it comes to so here's the thing, that when it comes to jokes, people seem to think, like, people has this really stupid idea, right, that for some reason jokes are sacred. Jokes cannot be criticized at all, which is really fucking stupid, okay?
Yeah,
because
definitely
if you make a joke, you can be criticized for making a joke. You don't have any form of extra protection just because it's a joke. You can be criticized for it. Just like jokes, people making a joke can criticize other people. They can be criticized for their joke.
I think this Cosmic Skeptic, I think Cosmic Skeptic was talking about something, Zizek Pavlov or something. I forgot his name. I think it was Zizek or something. He was, wait, give me a second. I'm gonna look this up. I'm gonna link it.
Okay.
I don't think someone should like lose their job though for making a joke, which is what's happening, and it's created an atmosphere where people are walking on eggshells and they're afraid to say anything that will be offensive, and so now they're afraid to make jokes. I don't think that's healthy for.
Well, but I go back to what I stand by what I said before. Okay, anybody can make jokes. Everybody's got that right today. Even Fox News have got a right to make that jokes. But don't forget, also Fox News are a big media company, so they're in the public eye. They've got a right to do that, but they've also got to have to accept the consequences of that, making that joke. If you make a joke, you've got to accept the consequences, and if you think it might offend somebody, then you've got to accept the consequences. There's going to be a backlash for that.
But there shouldn't.
Yeah, I found it.
There shouldn't.
Don't turn around and say, "Oh, it was a joke." Go on, Fox News shouldn't be. Nobody should lose their job in Fox News because of that. No,
But
sorry.
I don't think
But
it's
if you're
wrong.
going to do that,
It's not wrong to offend people. Like sometimes you have. Sometimes the truth is offensive. Like people are. People are afraid to say things that are true because it might be offensive. Like what if I said like most black people in Chicago kill each other? That's true.
okay,
Or
yeah,
whatever.
but
people will
how,
say I'm
how
racist
true?
for saying that.
How true?
something.
How true was that joke though? How true was that? How much truth was in that joke that Fox News did?
I don't know. I think good comedy is like got a kernel of truth to it. So
Right. So what you're
So
saying is
I
that
found what I was talking about.
she's actually as evil as one of those kids from that movie, Children of the Corn. Is that
yeah,
what you-
like it is like she's brainwashing
Really?
a cult of people that.
So you believe that she's as evil as the people that are in the that are in that movie? Have you seen the movie?
Maybe a long time ago. I don't remember it.
Okay, well, I suggest you go and watch it, and then come back to me and tell me that that's got an element of truth in it.
Well, obviously, it's, I would say, a hyperbole.
But with respect, and I mean no respect to you, that's because if people think that that's actually true, I'm going to say this word, bollocks.
Well, I saw.
Sorry, it's just the way I feel.
A woman was saying that we need to eat babies to save the climate. So I see like this crazy mentality.
Yeah, I've seen that. That's bonkers. Yeah, absolutely flipping ridiculous. She's mentally retarded. You know, she's got a mental condition of not go around eating babies. Yeah, I agree.
You can criticize individual ideas without, you know. So just because someone has one idea about something does not mean that everybody that is within the same camp, so to speak, has that idea. Like if someone says, "Oh, we need to start eating babies," right? That to save the environment. That doesn't mean that someone else who is who believes in climate change doesn't. It doesn't mean that that person also thinks that we've got to start eating babies. You know, it can be.
Yeah, exactly. That was just one crazy woman that stood up and when that Senator Cortez was doing a speech, wasn't she? And she stood up and said, "Look, we need to stop the climate change."
I have no idea what you're talking about.
There's a senator by the name of what's her name, Cortez. I'm forgetting her name. She was doing a meeting, holding a meeting or something like that, and they were talking about climate change. And this lady stood up. I would say she's probably got some mental conditions. Basically said that we need to stop. The only way we're going to stop climate change is to reduce the population, and therefore we need to start eating babies. That's what she said.
Wait,
that's crazy.
She said word for word, "I don't mean just stop having babies. I mean
eating babies."
Yeah.
She actually said like eat babies.
Yep.
She clarified.
Yeah, that's what she said. Absolutely. That's crazy. I don't know anybody else that's actually said that, P. Mars.
I thought it was weird the senator didn't like call that out as being insane. Like she.
I don't know any.
I need to find this now.
I mean,
I don't know any climate change people that would actually agree with that. I don't know anybody. It's ridiculous.
It is kind of one of those things that, you know, if you heard it, be like, what? You know, it's not something that you'd. And sometimes you might not want to call attention to that. You know.
It's like an extreme example of like what brainwashing about climate change could do. I don't know. It's an extreme example, but
I mean that is a bit of a slippery slope fallacy, you know. Just because one person says this, and some people are saying, "Oh, it's a troll,"
maybe.
You know.
So speaking of eating babies,
she seemed pretty passionate, and I genuinely think she does believe that should be the case. But she's obviously has some issues clearly, and I hope she gets help with it.
Yeah, and I don't think.
Speaking of eating babies, I think I need to get something to eat. But I appreciate your charity. I thought I was banned from here, but I guess you let me on today, so thanks.
Yeah, just don't.
Mars, I mean, we might disagree on a lot of things actually, but you're interesting to talk to, so anytime.
Yeah,
Anyway, personally.
And besides, I've fixed up the banning system here, or not the banning system, but the muting system. So if you're being a dick, you'll get muted for an amount of time, and it just depends on how much of a dick you're being. So if you're being a dick, I'll mute you, and could be, you know, like a week or something. So yeah.
Okay, cheers, guys.
All right, see ya.
Tell you what, P Mars before
He left.
Oh, I didn't get to see him. Goodbye. Well, on the video,
he seems like a cordial guy.
yeah,
to talk.
he seems cool.
He can be a dick
yeah.
sometimes, but when you're actually having a discussion, he seems alright, you know.
I found the video. The woman that's saying we need to eat the babies. She obviously her English isn't the best, and
I'll tell you what. Do you wanna post it in the side
Yeah,
of Discord?
yeah, I'll post it.
What could you for the benefit of your watchers, or your viewers, do you wanna maybe play the video? Can you do that?
What video is it?
Yeah, the video, the baby eating woman video.
Where is that?
If Quantum posts it perhaps on the debate lobby text, you can maybe, I don't know if you could bring it up and play it just for the benefit of you viewers. That's all, just so we get an idea what we're talking about.
All right, any switch? Let me just bring this over to here. All right.
I wanted to click on the debate lobby.
Climate crisis. We only have a few months left. I love that you support the Green Deal, but it's not getting rid of fossil fuel. It's not going to solve the problem fast enough. A Swedish professor saying, we can eat dead people, but that's not fast enough. So I think your next campaign slogan has to be this: we got to start eating babies. We don't have enough time. There's too much CO2. All of you, you're a pollutant. Too much CO2. We have to start now, please. You are so great. I'm so happy that you're really supporting the Green Deal, but it's not enough. Even if we would bomb Russia, we still have too many people, honestly, too much pollution. So we have to get rid of the babies. That's a big problem. Just stopping having babies is not enough. We need to eat the babies. And this is very serious. Please give a response.
Thank you. No, thank you.
Okay, that was. It's definitely weird.
I think she's joking. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I just looking at the just looking at her.
But she just and
her body language.
She looks.
To me, it doesn't say anything that she might be not telling the truth.
Yeah, she looks like someone who would say something like that, but still somehow it just seems like a joke.
Yeah, like
she has a shirt. I think that's quite.
Yeah, like some people are saying that it's a troll, and there are things where where some people try and some people try and do the best troll that they can, and they come off genuine.
Somebody in the chat said they lie Ohio has said she was put there to say that, but I would ask, well, put there by who and for what reason?
Yeah, one person says CC Sleeper said she said your next campaign slogan should be, and that tipped them off. And yeah, it's
Jamie H has gone. She seems like a paid actor, but how do you come to that conclusion though, Jamie H, that she seems like a paid actor? What makes you think that she's a paid actor?
Well, I wouldn't say that she's a paid actor, right? I'd just say that she's trolling,
I make the whole topic look crazy. Yeah, possibly. I suppose they lie. Ohio said to my question. I said, well, to make the whole topic look crazy. Yeah, I suppose it could do.
Apparently, they claimed it in the news. If anyone can link any sources about how this person is trolling, then that would be great.
Yeah, I mean, I like to think I'm fairly good at judging people's body language, and just going by her body language, there's nothing that really tells me that she's hiding something. She's lying.
Oh yeah, but there's not many like.
Real quick,
she just stood up and waved her arms. You can't really make a lot of stuff out of that.
Real quick,
Yeah.
one person
Oh,
said.
it is crazy. It's crazy.
One person said, "Debate Planet Walkers here," and I'm going to probably end up dispelling this sometime soon, hopefully. And
What your comparison between you and Heath?
all the people saying that me and Heath are definitely the same person, right? That might end up being dispelled. I can't say anything about it right now.
Your Discord. Your Discord.
I can feel a collab coming up. I can feel a collab.
I mean, I've already done a collaboration with Heath.
Oh,
Really?
right, okay.
Yeah. Remember the 5,000 subscriber special?
Yeah. Yes. Sorry, I have no idea why.
I don't think I was around actually. I don't think I was subscribed to your channel when you were 1,000 subs.
Oh, this is 5,000.
That was.
This is very recent.
5,000.
Yeah. Did you
Yeah,
not see my 1 year of Flat Earth News and 5,000 subscriber special?
Yeah, I saw it.
Sorry, no, I didn't. I'm sorry. I'm ashamed to say.
No, but I wanted to say that your Discord profile picture is perfect.
Yeah, it's upside down here. It's great though for the meme.
Yeah.
But yeah, there might be something coming up soon. I'll need to talk to someone about it. So someone says AOC town hall. We should eat babies. Hoax confirmed. Yes. I'm just scrolling through, seeing if I can find. Okay, now a pro-Trump fringe group says it was a planned stunt, by the looks of it.
Come on, guys, in the chat. Let's keep it civil, keep it nice, because it's been a really nice civil conversation in here tonight with what's the name of the fellow that left? I've forgotten his name already.
PMars.
PMars, yeah. So
PMars.
Yeah,
PMars.
Yeah, PMars. Sorry, yeah. It was a nice conversation with PMars. So let's keep it in the spirit that it was.
And
keep it nice.
I do want to say.
Also.
I do want to say something when it comes to the. Because one of the topics that was brought up was the idea of criticism. Because one of the stupid things that I think is that you can't criticize. Like one of the stupid ideas that I find is more prominent on the left than the right is that you can't criticize particular ideologies. So, for example, a lot of people take issue to criticizing something like Islam, and I think you can criticize Islam. I think that it's a good idea to not criticize the Islam for the people, but rather Islam for its ideologies that it holds.
Yes.
Yeah, I
That's
would
what
agree.
people,
You can criticize any religion you want, but what you need to be aware of in the context that you're actually using it.
Yeah, for some reason, people who when people criticize Islam, then people often think that that people criticizing it have something against Islamic people. That they have something against the people that actually believe in this stuff. But no, it's they're not criticizing them. They're criticizing the things they believe in.
It's all about context at the end of the day.
Yeah.
It's all about context. You know, if you're going to criticize Islam, you need to find something specific about Islam that you don't like, and
I
pick
find
up something out of the Quran or whatever.
Yeah, it's kind of childish because when you get angry because someone is criticizing something you believe in or like, it's more generally it's when the people they like let's say a movie and you criticize a movie, and a lot of people are gonna get angry at you because you're criticizing a movie, but yet you're not saying anything bad to them. You're criticizing a movie, and it's kind of childish because I remember when I was younger, I would get angry when someone criticizes a video game I liked, but I would get angry at them, and it's childish. It's the same as getting angry at someone for criticizing religion just because you believe in it. It's
one of the things that I also find weird is the way that some. Oh, you want to?
No, go on, plan. It's all right. It's okay.
Well, on the topic of criticizing movies, one thing I find really weird, honestly, really strange, is when someone criticizes a movie for something, if a movie isn't out yet and they criticize it because they think that it's going to be bad because of they think that it's going to be full of SJW propaganda, and it's like that's basically what happened with Captain Marvel. People were saying, "Oh, this is going to be full of SJW propaganda," and there are legitimate reasons to not like Captain Marvel, right? It's not the best movie that Marvel's ever put out. It would be good in it would have been good in Phase 1, but it's
Yeah.
I didn't get the vibe of
understand
SJW
that.
propaganda in it.
Yeah.
Can I just address something that's in the chat? CC Sleeper said that you certainly can't do it publicly where I'm from, and I think he was referring to criticising Islam. Well, I think in any court in any world, if they would actually have to prove hate speech or racism, and I think it'd be very difficult as long as you actually said what you were saying was just criticism of the religion itself and not the people. In other words, if you were talking about a particular belief or something in the Quran, then that could never be construed as hate speech. And if you're arrested for that, well then I don't think the charges would ever stick.
Well,
so to say that you can't do it publicly, you can criticize within the free world. You can criticize whoever you like.
Yeah, well, one of the things...
Hold on. But with that, like I said, it all comes to free speech. It comes with a responsibility. And the responsibility is not to deliberately go out and actually cause disrespect or insult. And because people do that, they will deliberately go out and say something that is clearly an insult, but then say, oh, well, that's free speech. No, that's free speech doesn't work like that.
Well, one of the things
you gotta expect a backlash for whatever you say. You've gotta have it both ways.
But Casual, one of the things that you do have to consider there is you did say in the free world, and there are places in the world which will not allow you to criticize Islam, especially some Islamic countries won't allow you to do that. I don't know if they're from Islamic countries, but
that's not the free world. I think that's what Casual Spaceman was trying to say.
Yeah, I mean, I think the free world is a bit of a generalization I use there, but I think pretty much exactly what you were saying, Planet Walk, is that in some countries, because it's predominantly Islamic, that you can't criticize Islam. That's what I was talking about. To me, that's not a democratic system. That's not freedom of speech. In a lot of those countries, you can't say whatever you want. If somebody wants to call me up with that as being racist, then I would have that debate with them, because like I said, I was involved actually in politics for a long time, and I mixed with the left as well as the liberals because I kind of hovered around in that area, but I do fundamentally believe in people's right to freedom of speech and to criticize whoever they want. But like I said, it always comes with the responsibilities that I've said before.
CC Sleeper said that they're from Indonesia, and there was a pretty famous case of a Christian governor being arrested for blasphemy a while back. So yeah, blasphemy laws, I think, are very stupid.
Yeah, you shouldn't base anything that has to do with politics around religion or anything like that. That's stupid. That's why the recent thing that happened. Well, it's not recent, right? It's just that recently it's been mentioned in the media. The guy that got arrested and almost sentenced. Well, he was sentenced to death because he criticized Islam, and thankfully, people rose up and they managed to get him. They managed to save him from a death sentence, but he is in prison. He's still in prison just because he was blasphemous. That's ridiculous. A person is in prison because he said something about a religion. It's completely idiotic, honestly.
Yeah,
I'll be right back, guys. Come for break. I'll be right back.
Okay, imagine someone criticizing the flying spaghetti monster,
Yeah.
and then getting arrested and sentenced to death for it. That would be stupid.
I'm gonna find this guy, actually. It's give me a second.
I think that it's okay to criticize ideas. You can criticize ideas all you want. It's when it starts. The problem is, of course, when you're starting to attack individual people, or when people shoot up mosques or stuff like that. That's when it gets. That's when it goes too far. That's when it's. But you can criticize ideas that people have.
Yeah, everything should be everything should be allowed to be criticize. I mean, there should not exist anything that's sacred. That's
I just saw Craig Westenberg come in and say, aliens have visited Earth before. Prove me wrong. You can't, bro. You want to come and debate that? That'd be a fun debate. Because, you know, I'm of the opinion, right, that aliens... I'm of the opinion that aliens probably haven't visited Earth, and that there's...
I mean, it's not impossible, but it's just there really isn't any evidence.
Well,
the thing that we were arguing with Skeptic, it's... I mean, there probably would be a lot more evidence if that actually happened.
I mean, Craig, you're more than welcome to come in and debate.
There certainly is life out in the universe somewhere, for sure. I mean, intelligent life. Absolutely certain of that. Somewhere.
Definitely.
Like, yeah, I'm not entirely sure that intelligent life exists anywhere in the universe.
Well, I mean, it's anywhere in the universe. I mean, yeah, sure, maybe it doesn't exist in the Milky Way galaxy, but I'm pretty sure there's a lot more places. Like, the universe is big, so
Planet what? You got to look at the statistical probability of that.
Yeah.
Well,
see, I move in these circles, right, of planets and universe and galaxies and all that kind of stuff. So many people, and I don't mean just by flat earthers either, I mean actually within our community as well, people really don't seem to comprehend
how big it actually is.
Yeah, the sheer size of our solar system.
Well,
galaxy.
Yeah.
Hang on, and let me finish this point.
Okay,
and also the observable universe. I mean, a light year, one single light year, is a phenomenal distance. It is huge. I mean, if you look at Voyager 1 and Voyager 2, they haven't even come close to having a small percentage of a light year away yet. I mean, when was that launched? What, in the 1970s? I mean, that's a long bloody way. And the thing is, then hang on, let me finish this.
Yeah.
So if you think about our galaxy, right, there's literally within our galaxy there are billions of planetary systems, okay, star systems, literally billions, okay.
400.
But then again, there's actually billions of other galaxies, and many of those are much bigger than our own Milky Way galaxy, and that's from the observable universe.
But
so if you think about with all those billions of galaxies, might have trillions or billions of other star systems, there is going to be quite a number of them that have a planetary system where we've got the same sort of star that we have, and it's within the green zone, as you call it, you know, the livable system where it's not too hot, not too warm. Yeah, the Goldilocks zone is another word for it, exactly. So, you know, statistically, there has to be quite a few planets that are in a similar position to Earth that eventually would actually create intelligent life. So I think it would be fundamental of us and quite kind of arrogant to say somewhere in the universe that there's no intelligent life, we are alone. No,
well,
I don't think so.
Craig made the point that I was getting at. He said, well, we know for sure that intelligent life doesn't exist on Earth. You know, so, you know, if intelligent... I just realised that if I play my bass, it comes through the thing. I should probably stop doing that. But, you know, when it comes to intelligent life, I don't think... you know, I think that there is probably... Yeah, if we define intelligent as human intelligence, there's probably intelligence out there somewhere, right? So...
Not probably. No, there's no shadow of a doubt in my mind, in my opinion.
Same here.
I mean, there is always the possibility that we are alone. Even if it's a very small possibility, there's still that possibility. That's why I say there's probably there's most probably life out there that that is intelligent. And so when it comes to that, I think that I don't know if it's possible for it to be able to develop a civilization that would be able to ever visit Earth.
Yeah, well, see,
I would agree with that. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, but I think that if okay, let's say this. So the thing is, if there is other intelligent life, then there isn't going to be one. Like there isn't going to be just the two of us. If there is more than one, that means there's going to be trillions, like a lot of other intelligent species. And I think, well, some of them, well, some of them at least, like one of them, must be close enough for us to ever make contact with it. Because I mean, if there really is other intelligent life other than us, um, that would mean that there's a lot more than just two, because, well, obviously. Uh, but I wanted to say that I don't think that intelligence, that human level intelligence, is that hard to come about, because it happened to us. Well, I mean, from what I know, we achieved this level of intelligence
But it took a couple billion years.
yeah, well, yeah, but still, are you counting from the first organism on Earth, or are you counting?
Well, you've got to consider how long it takes for an organism to develop. So I think that took about
because
500 million years or something like that.
I mean, first of all, I'm pretty sure that the universe is teeming with life, because on Earth life began very quickly after it formed, but relatively quickly, but what I wanted to say is that, yeah, I don't think that this level of intelligence is hard to come about, because we got here because we were an organized tribe. We just worked together, and the more we engaged with others, the more our cerebral, sorry, the more our frontal. Sorry, I'm rambling right now. I wanted to say, okay, basically, I'm just trying to say that this level of intelligence isn't hard to evolve.
Yeah, but don't forget, I mean,
even if
a cat or a dog can be seen as an intelligent life. You understand what I mean? Even probably down to a
but
fish.
we're talking about we're talking about something that is capable of understanding the universe as well.
Oh yeah,
on a complex
absolutely.
level.
I wouldn't like to stick my neck out and say that at least within the observable universe, there is intelligent life that's actually superior to ours. I would never say that. I don't know. Nobody knows.
Yeah, no, I don't
that's
know
the thing.
either. I'm not saying
but
that I
without
know.
a shadow of a doubt, there's some kind of intelligent life, and I can mean anything, literally from a small animal up to something the size of a dinosaur, perhaps.
Well,
that's probably more intelligent. That sort of thing. The animals can be construed as intelligent life.
Yeah, but isn't like then that means it's just every multi-celled organism is intelligent, or is it what then anything that has a nervous system is intelligent, or?
Well, I mean that's probably another debate for another time, probably.
Yeah.
But,
okay.
I couldn't really sort of, but from my definition, I would say anything that's capable of independent thought. In other words, they can make their decisions as to where they would get food, or when they're hungry, or whether something's scary to avoid or not. To me, that's intelligent life.
Yeah, that's
the kind of intelligent life that I'm referring to. That's somewhere in the observable
that
universe.
Exists for sure. Yeah, that exists for sure.
But then again, we don't know. There could also be there could also be other beings that are more advanced than us, but haven't yet developed the technology to travel massive, huge, vast distances that they would need to do to get to Earth. They probably just don't have that technology there, not advanced to that degree yet.
Honestly, okay, so I want to say a couple of things right now. Honestly, if there is other intelligent life, that means that there's going to be a civilization that is more intelligent than us, less intelligent than us, sapient. I'm talking about sapient civilizations. There's
How do you know they're sapient?
Different. What?
How do you know they're sapient?
No, this is just hypothetical.
Okay.
There are going to be different levels of intelligence, and so there are going to exist ones that are far beyond us, and those that are on our level.
We shouldn't really say intelligence. What we should really see is developed. You know, how far.
Yeah,
the
level of development of the civilization.
Yeah.
But there would be different levels. There wouldn't be just one. Not like, and also if they were far superior to us, like if they could use FTL. If they could use faster than light to travel. People would I get an argument like well, if they can reach us, then why aren't there aliens here? Well again, the universe is pretty big. I mean, just because they're capable of traveling very big distances, they might even not know we exist, even though they're far superior. They still, because we're like, are you aware of a little bug that exists that's on a piece of sand somewhere in Indonesia? No, you're not, because you don't care about that, and you really haven't paid attention about a beach on the other side of the world. Like,
I'll tell you what. I mean, there's one thing that you can say that I would say that would be consistent throughout the whole universe, right? In order to travel, say, at the same distance, at the same speed as the speed of light, takes a huge amount of power. Okay, wherever you might be from in the universe, it's going to take a vast amount of power. Okay, so whether even if out there within the observable universe there is a species that's advanced enough that they can actually harness that power, and they could at least
might exist.
Hold on. They could actually travel at least the same speed of light. The trouble is, there's also galaxies out there that are literally in the observable universe that are literally billions of light years away. So in other words, even if they could travel to us, it
doesn't really mean anything.
It's going to take billions of the years for them to get there. That's ignoring anything else about the space-time continuum and how that affects everything.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So
that's true. If the laws of physics are the same for people, for the aliens, because we still do not know all the laws of physics. That's what we still know that we don't know everything.
But we know that it's same everywhere in the universe. We do know it.
We still don't know a lot. There's still things missing in the standard model that we don't know. So, but as of now, But then there's the whole wormhole thing, where they can go through wormholes.
Real quick, OG Parkway. You sound like you're from New Zealand. Am I correct?
Correct.
Yeah, I recognise the lack of accent there.
Auckland, yeah.
What are the accents that neither of you have? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, New Zealanders are the only people in the world that don't have an accent. Everywhere else has accents.
Yeah, I'm sure everyone agrees with it.
Yep.
I don't have an accent.
Yes, you do. You got a British accent.
You what?
You what, mate?
But
they've already discovered 5,000 exoplanets, right?
Yeah.
From 1991 is when they first found the first exoplanet. Now, if you look at all the exoplanets they've found, it's about 3% of them are similar to Earth, but they still haven't found any of them exactly like Earth. Until that James Webb telescope goes up in a few years.
Oh yeah, I can't wait.
When that goes up, they will be able to determine.
That's like 2020.
They are exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
21.
Well, it's been delayed, but who knows when it'll actually eventually go up. But anyway, but even then, I would still actually argue, even with those discover those exoplanets and they look at a planet and say, okay, fine, yes, it's quite capable of holding life. But the problem is we still don't know for sure.
Yeah. Of
But
course.
even when James Webb gets up and starts producing pictures and doing the scans and all the rest of it, we're still never really going to know for sure. That's the issue.
Never. I don't think that's.
It's just, I guess, it's a start of the ability to understand.
I mean, we've only started doing this 50 years ago, and actually not even 50, like maybe 40 years ago, we've only started doing this, and there's a long way.
Yeah, if there's no life in the universe, there shouldn't be any of those exoplanets. I mean, the ones that have water.
Yeah, because
I mean,
Earth
they
isn't
shouldn't be there.
Well, one of the things is, though, that just because a planet can habitate life doesn't mean that it is inhabited by life.
Correct.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely.
But the way I see it, I'll carry on.
Statistically speaking, if you probably within the observable universe, because there's billions of galaxies, there has to be literally thousands of billions of trillions. I don't remember the number formulation, but literally. But if you think about that we've discovered 5,000. If we could actually observe closely enough within the observable universe, that would probably expand exponentially. That figure, you're probably talking about millions, and there's got to be within those millions of exoplanets that we discover. If we could, there's got to be some sort of intelligent life from there, or at least semi-intelligent.
But here's the question. I honestly don't think that this is the case, but there is let's say that there is complex life as we would they look humanoid at all? Obviously they wouldn't look like humans, but would they be like
good question. I reckon they probably would be.
I personally don't think they would be.
Well, it's a definition of what's humanoid, I guess.
Well, yeah, I think by humanoid I mean it's okay. I guess there probably would be another species that has 2 legs, let's say 4 limbs, and it stands upright. There might be. It's highly unlikely, but there might be because it's. But
what's crazy? Carry on.
But
it's like if they exist on a planet that's got super gravity, like they're because like how those crabs live at the bottom of the ocean and they live in those massive pressurized, they're all the way down the bottom. If there's like aliens that live on a planet that's got super gravity, maybe they have those exoskeletons, that actually withstand that pressure.
Yeah, but also you're just saying you're just making up a hypothetical right now.
I'm just
no, it's I'm not criticizing anything. I'm just saying because a lot of people, when people talk about like what aliens look like, they act as if there's only one possible other form an alien could take. I mean, that's not. I mean, there's billions. Like every planet is going to have a different. Sapient. Let's say that I don't know, 100 planets has every single one of them has a sapient life form on it. Every single one of them is going to look differently. It's not like I remember I was reading something a few years ago, and it was like a very basic introduction to alien life and what it looks like. And it's written as if there is only one possible form an extraterrestrial could take. But
really?
Yeah, a lot of people have a misconception that it's not because they don't know, it's because you just don't think about it. And when they think about an alien, they think about that there's only one other possible.
Yeah. So when it comes to things, I think natural selection would, or I think not necessarily natural selection, but more of what's it called?
Convergent evolution?
Yeah, convergent evolution is kind of what we think about. We think that there'd be the exact same pressures on other planets for the exact same type of life, and that's why people seem to think that would be.
Yeah, but you look like this.
Can I just quickly address?
Can
I just quickly address something that's in the chat before you carry on? Sorry.
Yeah.
It's just Jamie. Jamie H says exoplanets. Proof, please. Jamie, go and read a book. Go and read a book or two on the subject and look at the data. Then come back to me and tell me it's not true.
Proof, please.
Yeah.
All right. I'm real quick. I'm going to
find the data, and the data's ready and available. When it doesn't just all come from NASA. It's all there. Have a look at it. And read some books. Do some reading, Jamie. Do some reading, pal. Please go on.
Real quick though. I'm going to go quickly. I'm going to quickly go toilet. Casual Spaceman, you're in charge.
Okay.
make sure
I'm just
no
gonna
one
continue.
sees anything that they shouldn't.
Okay, I'm just gonna.
You're releasing me. You
Okay,
better
I
give me
just have to.
password.
All right, I'll be right back.
Okay, so where was it? Yes, I wanted to say that yeah, convergent evolution, but evolution doesn't really have a path. It just like goes with the flow. It's like it just because convergent evolution does exist. It is.
You have a good point. Yeah.
That doesn't mean that they're going to
the
be
design of
humanized.
humans isn't perfect, so
Yeah,
it's not like
I mean, we
the
look
design.
like these.
Not that it's designed, but there's things in the human body that
Yeah.
probably shouldn't be there,
We
but they're
look
there
like
because
this,
of
like,
the evolutionary.
Some of our
Yeah, I mean,
major
wait, whatever. Yeah.
some of our
Whether
major
it's- whether
features
it's-
are. Can I just? Some of our major features are like results of very small and very unlikely accidents that happen. And I mean, it's very well. I mean, evolution obviously isn't random, but I'm trying to say that even though convergent evolution is a thing, I really, really doubt that humanoid sapient life forms exist out there. Well, they might be humanoid, but there's not going to be a lot of them. And by humanoid, I mean like that they have four limbs, a head that's on top of their body, and that they're bipedal. That's what I consider humanoid.
Yeah.
But like I'm saying,
you were talking about evolution. You know, I think every system or every planet that you come across, if you do find life,
it's gonna have a
it's gonna have its own. Yeah, it's going to have its own completely different.
Yeah, I think a good analogy.
The early stages of evolution really were pretty much accidents. And then and then from then on, really, it was more about evolution was more about adaptation
to the certain planet.
Yeah, exactly. So each planet's going to be different. So therefore it's going to have its own type of life and its own.
Here's an analogy. A planet is like an artist, basically, and let's say every planet is supposed to draw a character. They're going to start like a similar sketch, and so it's going to look similar at the beginning. But the more the artist continues to draw, it's going to look more and more original, should I say, because every artist has its own style, and so the more an organism adapts to a certain planet, the more different it's going to be from anything else in the universe. And so, if we're talking about early organisms, they're probably going to look like something that was. They're probably going to look like an early organism here on Earth. And so,
I would argue.
The more they adapt, the more complex and different they're going to be from anything else in the universe.
What
every planet has its own style.
I think what you're saying is true, but like what you could say is that the aliens or whatever, the organisms on that planet would have systems in their design, or their they would have like a skeleton or some sort of structural thing.
That depends on what kind of organism it is. It
would have something that keeps it alive.
We're talking about carbon-based.
How do you know it's carbon-based, though?
Well, no, it's hypothetical because you mentioned a skeleton and all that. I presume that means that it's because it doesn't have to have a skeleton. That doesn't need to be. Because
no, but we have a skeleton on Earth because of the gravity, because of our structure.
But there exist organisms without skeletons.
I would, but what you could say is that on those other planets, there may be another organism that requires these certain things. You could say that it may not be a humanoid alien, but it could be. They could have things that are similar to us, hands that could grab stuff, opposable thumbs that can,
if it's
stuff
safe,
that we could that is relative to us.
It needs a limb that it can terraform its environment, but
what I'm saying is it's not necessary, but it is possible.
There's basically a rule I made up that summarizes that you should follow when you're designing a sapient creature. It obviously has it needs a limb or limbs that it can use to terraform its environment. It needs something that it needs obviously a mouth, and it needs some sensors for detecting to know where it is, and that's basically it. And then your imagination can go wild from there, because those are really the only rules you have to follow to have a plausible organism, sapient organism.
I don't think it necessarily
can I
needs
just
a mouth.
Can I just interrupt for a second? I've just to say I'm going to have to go. I'm going to have to nip off. So.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry about it. Thanks. Nice talking to you, to all of you. Thanks for having me on Planet Work. Appreciate it.
Same.
Thanks. And thanks to everybody in the chat. Appreciate it. Thanks so much.
See you.
Have a good one. See you, mate.
See you. I think that the main thing that you'd need would be to be able to have a life form that would be able to
make a civilization.
Make a civilization is you need essentially a way that it can communicate and a way that it can terraform. Just those two things.
Replicate.
Yeah.
And then, because, it doesn't necessarily have to be, we don't have to have, it doesn't have to have 4 limbs. It could have 6 limbs, for example.
Yeah.
And it doesn't need
Do you know the one thing that all life on Earth has to have?
What?
It's water. I'm not saying that others have to have water. But I'm just saying
Here's an interesting.
Have to assume that on one of the planets, they would have to be water based.
Well, okay. So here's the thing. Obviously, from what we know, liquid is important because it doesn't have to be water. It doesn't probably have to be water. But here's the thing. The life on Earth that exists today is made out of mostly the major ingredients in life today are the ones that were the most abundant when life first formed. And so it's a theory that life, when it forms, because I personally think that life doesn't just form from these elements. I think it forms from from a bunch of different kinds. I think it's possible for it to form from, silicon. But what I think is crucial to it forming from any different or any element at all is for an element to be in a liquid state, for it to actually be able to form in the first place.
Not necessarily. I think that... All right, so
I think that the primordial goop is important. I personally think that.
Well, I don't think that entirely is necessary. I think that it needs to have some kind of... it needs to be able to move. I don't think it can be completely rigid. So it could be... Imagine if it's in a gaseous state, right? Imagine...
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, that too. That too makes sense. Yeah.
So, if someone... just say a planet has no water, but it has a whole lot of hydrogen and oxygen... it could... although hydrogen would probably react with oxygen to form water anyway.
It would form... Because... Yeah, but what I was trying to say, that wasn't the point. My point was that the life on a planet is going to form from the most abundant elements on it. And so there's a probability there...
Not necessarily...
Well, according to that theory, then there should be life on Pluto, because what's stopping it?
Well, no, but
what's stopping it not forming on Pluto?
No. But that's why I said
that's essentially what you're saying.
But it didn't finish. You need an atmosphere, and you need a liquid. That's what I want. That's
okay.
You need an element that's in a liquid state, and you need an atmosphere. So that it can further develop. But also wanted to say, I wanted to say that it's probably that majority of life, if it exists, that it's going to be carbon-based and hydrogen and oxygen-based, because they are the most abundant elements in the universe. There could be silicon life, as some scientists
when it comes to...
But it's it's more likely that it's going to be made out of elements that are more abundant in the universe, such as well, hydrogen.
Yeah.
Yeah. So one thing
To-
I just
to
want
me,
to
I think
correct
it's-
you on,
Carry on.
Quantum Echo. One thing I want to correct you on is I don't think that it's going to form out of the most abundant elements on a given planet. I think that it's. I think that it's probably likely
The
to
most
form out of.
reactable, yeah, the
Well,
elements that are most abundant and capable of reacting with each other.
Well,
yeah.
the elements
Do you
that are
know
most
why carbon
capable-
is? Do you know why carbon is the
what?
main?
What?
Do you know why carbon is the main,
Because it's-
element ingredient?
Yeah, because it's
It's not because it's abundant.
yeah, because it's
It's
reactable.
because of the
with others.
chains connect
Yeah,
each
yeah,
other. It's
yeah,
the
I know,
most.
yeah, I know.
It's the
Yeah,
most
I know.
malleable. You know.
Yeah,
Mhm,
and
I know.
because there's actually more silicon on Earth than there is carbon, we're teeming with carbon life forms here on
Yeah,
Earth,
yeah.
and silicon
The one that
doesn't
is most
create as strong.
abundant and most reactable. Yeah, is what I wanted to say.
Silicon doesn't create as strong of a bonds as carbon does, and it's not necessary. I don't think it's necessarily. I don't know if carbon is necessarily more reactable, because I think as you go further down the periodic table, I believe things get more reactable. It's more that carbon forms stronger bonds than silicon does. Also, carbon dioxide is a lot easier to come by than silicon dioxide, because silicon dioxide
that
is a, I think it's more in a powder state or a solid state rather than a gaseous state. So, if you want, or at least at the common temperature of Earth. So
I think it's a scary prospect to say that all life on in the universe is somewhat similar to the Earth. We don't really want to say that. We don't really want to believe that, but I believe it could be true.
Yeah, well,
similar,
because
similar anyway.
I think
but we don't want to admit that.
Well, I think that when it comes to life forms, like one of the things that that we were talking about earlier was the idea of how different life forms make. Now, I was getting to something, right? And one of the things I was getting to was there are life forms here on Earth that we can look to that don't look similar to humans, yet they're able to sort of terraform, they're basically able to build up a civilization. Ants are a great example.
Octopi, sorry, octopuses or octopi is what's the correct plural?
Octopi, I think, is the correct plural.
Okay.
And
Sorry,
by the way,
I
Flat Earth
interrupted.
Aussie Jesus, telepathy is not a good way to know something, because it's more likely that you're going insane rather than telepathically reading something.
Just getting back on, you compared like humans to ants, and what's interesting is you could say, okay, what's the similarities they have? You could say, well, they have mouths, they have legs, they can move and they can help each other, So
yeah, you want
those similarities you probably find in other life forms
But I think that it's important for because obviously so are the current give me a second. I just need to research something.
But yeah, Flat Earth Aussie Jesus is talking about things, saying how I think experimenting is like making a cake. You take an ingredient here, and you come up with a result. You won't make a cake from flour alone. I'm not sure what he's talking about when it comes to that.
Got to have some baking soda in there.
Well,
bit of salt.
Well, one of the debunkers. The way that I see it, right, is baking a cake is essentially science, right? And cooking itself is science. It's basically you're taking one thing, putting it through a whole lot of reactions, and coming out with something different. And usually, the way that I cook is the way that I bake, at least, is I bake through knowledge of how things of how things go. So I'll take some flour and some water, and boom, I've got something to eat. I'm not even joking. May not taste great, but I've got something that I can eat.
Yeah. What's interesting is that we still cannot replicate life in the laboratory. We're not even close. We can't. We're not close. They just don't know what to do with it.
Well, we are starting to get there, so we can.
We're starting to understand how to.
Yeah, we're trying to understand abiogenesis.
We just don't know what to do.
I find the evolution of asexual and sexual sex it's quite interesting because I think I researched it like 2 years ago and it was like really interesting the transition between asexual to sexual because I was arguing with someone, I think it was a creationist, and he asked me how that actually happened, which was fun because that's the first time I actually thought about it, and so that's always you can always learn something new even though you're arguing with a creationist.
So one person just posted that we have created life in a laboratory, right? But I think that what OG Parkway is saying about is, I think you're talking more about abiogenesis rather than taking something that we know how to go ahead and form.
It's not like cloning or like previously we need something to incubate. You know what I mean? Like, or that's something.
We know that we can build. We know how to build chains of DNA. It's more of trying to zap a bowl which has early Earth conditions to try and get amino acids and stuff like that.
We can't create a single cell organism. I guess that's the simplest. Like just from nothing else. Like we have the ability to infuse cells with other cells and stuff, but we don't. That's pretty trippy when you think about it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like life is just so much fucking far ahead than we are. Like.
Yeah, well, we haven't had billions of years to.
When we started this discussion,
we were. I think we were talking about
aliens. Planets.
Yeah.
Other fucking things.
Yeah.
That's the way that conversations go. I'm kind of hoping that Flat Earth Aussie Jesus comes in because there's a few questions. It would actually be cool to just kick everyone out except for me and OG Parkway when it comes to Flat Earth Aussie Jesus coming on. Because then that would be fun.
I only came in here to talk about aliens and shit, but I don't know.
Yeah, New Zealander versus Aussies.
Yeah. Yeah, what?
That'd be fun.
I don't know how you do what you do, like debate the flat earthers, like all day, every day. I couldn't do that.
Well, I don't debate every day. Like the hard part is getting them to actually,
to actually join.
Well, here's what flat earthers love to do. They love to be. You're not blocked from entering the debate. They love to type, right? But when it comes, there we go. He's coming in. But when it comes to, you only get a couple that will actually talk to you on voice, and so I can respect the people that do come in on voice, at least because they're not just typing as fast as they can. Well, to an extent. There's some that I don't respect, like Nathan Oakley. I don't respect Nathan Oakley. Ahoy hoy, Flat Earth Aussie Jesus. You appear to be muted.
Yeah, g'day, mate.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, yourself?
Yeah, not too bad.
So, one of the things that I was wondering is, do you have any definitive proof for the Earth actually being flat?
Well, obviously the Earth isn't flat, but water is level. And so Earth is just everything above the water level. That's the definitive proof.
So,
whoa.
Do you have any proof for that?
Yeah, the nature of water.
Okay, what is the nature of water?
Utter lack of to find its level. The complete and utter lack of curvature anywhere. We can see too far.
Here's a question. Hold up. Here's a question for you. Why does water find its level?
Because that's what liquids do. That's the state of a liquid, to fill its container and be contained by the higher edges around it.
Yeah, but why?
Why?
What causes that to happen?
That's just what a liquid does. You know, you got 3 states of matter: liquid, gas, and solid.
Okay.
Well, and that's what a liquid does. A liquid, by definition, defines its level.
Wait, who told you there's 3 states? What sort of...
Hold on, I'm trying to keep...
3 states.
Hold on, I want to keep them on... Hold on, I want to try and keep them on this because... I want to try and keep them on this real quick. Let me... So, why does liquid find its level? Why? Because I know the reason why. I just want you to try and explain the reason why to me.
Well, there's not necessarily a why to it. It's just what is. That is just the nature of a liquid to fill its container. Because of its density, it's more dense than the air, so obviously it repels the air above it, but it's not dense enough to go through the solid. So the solid contains it. It fills the shape of its container.
But there's a reason why. Can you explain to me the reason why?
Because it's a liquid.
But that's not
what liquids do. Liquids level out.
Why does the liquid do that?
Yeah, why do liquids fill their container? Why do they?
You can't just say because it's a liquid.
Because they're fluid, they don't have enough.
You can't just replace the word liquid with the word fluid. That's
you can. Because gases are also fluid, but they're not liquid.
Pick me, teacher.
Okay, OG Parkway, do you want to try answering?
Because the liquid state, basically the gravity is at the center of the Earth, and it all basically goes to there. That's pretty much liquid is malleable.
Gravity.
Yeah, gravity. That bullshit.
It's the answer for everything, isn't it?
Well, there is a close. It is close, but Klairuhnz told the Aussie Jesus the reason why is because of forces. The shape of a liquid will be decided by forces.
No, that's not true at all. There's no force involved.
Okay.
Density,
force doesn't exist. What are you on about?
Okay, why not? Why doesn't force why aren't forces involved?
Well, there is a force of its own mass. I'll grant you that. And unless it's in a contained state, it will keep flowing through because the mass is greater than the density of air. And so, of course, it seeks to find its level. And once it's fully contained and stops flowing, that's when it becomes level. It's the natural state of any fluid, or any liquid, I should say, because of its own mass.
Okay, so the reason.
But what does mass do?
So I want to keep on this real quick. So when it comes to things, when it comes to mass, we can. Okay, I don't agree that mass is a force, but we can still agree that there is a force acting on it to make it level, right?
Yeah, well, the only force that's really involved in anything, especially with density and buoyancy, is actually resistance force. And so if there's lack of resistance, then the mass becomes its own force until it finds a place of sufficient resistant force to stop it from moving any further, which is what density is all about. If it's sufficient sufficient density, it stops it from falling. If it's of insufficient density, it doesn't resist it enough, so it drops until a place of resistance.
So that really didn't have any thing to the point that I was making. So we can both agree, right?
That's explaining the force. Yeah. The force is resistant force.
So we both agree here that forces make water level, right?
Or lack of, yeah.
Yeah. So it's all down to forces. So if there is a force that is pushing water towards a central point, then that water will be curved, correct?
No, that's incorrect. It will
Why not?
always fill the shape of its container and be level. And yes, level and flat are synonymous. If you look up the definition for level, you'll find over a dozen references to the word flat, and you'll find multiple other synonyms that also equate to being flat. Flat and level is what water does.
I mean, I can go ahead and debunk that, but I'm trying to keep you to this thing. So, okay, why? So if I have water and I produce, just say I have a cup of water and I produce a force in the middle of that water, in downwards force, and it's only in the center part. What do you think the water is going to do there?
Well, what are you talking about? Like, say, blowing on it or something?
Yeah, something like that. What do you think the water is going to do there?
It's going to spread out from the center point while the force is acting on it. And so the edges will get higher than the low point that you're repelling away with the force.
So it's not going to be level anymore, is it?
No, because you're applying a force to it.
So if there is a force being applied to all the water on the Earth to pull it towards the center of the Earth, then there would be, then that would change it so that it's not flat, right?
But that's a very generous if, isn't it? You know, you have to assume that if. And
yeah, but
in reality, you can't assume anything. You have to observe what is. You
yeah,
can't just assume it.
So we can't assume that water is flat, right? Because we can't just simply assume that water is flat because it looks flat.
Well,
because we can.
Because every experiment we ever do shows that it is flat and it fills its container.
If the water is flat, how come those
higher than any other side?
Yeah. Look at Where's Wally on YouTube. He debunks everything you're talking about completely and totally and utterly. Yeah, Where's Wally, dude? Oh, I think it's the Aussie guy.
Oh yeah,
dude's a legend. Absolute legend.
But my point
the
here
thing is, we've seen across water much, much further than what the curve calculator says we could. So to believe that it actually does curve just because it gets out of sight, out of mind somewhere, that's a fantasy belief. That's faith-based belief. That is not science whatsoever.
But my point is here, you can't use water to say that the Earth is flat, because you say that it seeks its level, because as soon as you apply a force to it, it doesn't necessarily be flat. It's not necessarily flat.
Any force that you applied to it shows it concaving the opposite direction, not curving like an outside surface of a ball. That's ridiculous.
Well, I can actually show you an example of forces keeping water curved in the opposite direction.
And will it be a very small surface tension with no sort of wind blowing across it or anything?
Yeah, so surface tension is an example of a force.
Yeah, but the ocean doesn't have a surface tension. It's massive. It's full of ripples and swells and all sorts of things.
Yeah, but different forces act in different ways. So just because...
How convenient.
Well, that's how things happen. Different forces act in different...
So they just do because they do.
Well, when it comes to surface tension, that's one forces that keeps the surface of water bound. Then there's also a force like if you blow on something, that's a different type of force which pushes water away. And then there's also other some downward force which makes water appear to be level.
Which is density, yeah.
Well, I'd say that it's gravity. I'd say that it's gravity, and some people are one person is in the chat is also saying tides, which is another force. I'd say that it's a force.
Tides.
It's a force.
I've nailed how tides work on the flat Earth, but you can't prove how they work on a globe. They're impossible to work on a globe because you say that the moon is pulling water with its gravitational force. So for one thing, you can't pull water. You can only pull the container it's in, but you can repel water, as we've shown by blowing on it. And so the moon actually has this repulsive force, which is what keeps it aloft in the first place. It's like some sort of electromagnetic effect. I don't know exactly what that force is, but it's whatever repels it to keep it aloft, pushes against the oceans, the saltwater ocean, with some sort of electromagnetic force. And then as it's pushing the water in front of it, it reaches the continent, the the coast of a continent. The moon keeps going, so then the water starts flowing back again, which creates the secondary lesser high tide on the other side. And by the time the moon's gone full circle and come back around again, it pushes it again. That's why you have the 6 hours, 12 and a half minutes between each and every tide. But with one moon, with one mass pulling it around, you'd have one massive big tide and one huge low tide every 24 hours, 50 minutes.
So the reason why, so the way that tides work on Earth is it's not necessarily, it is actually more of what you'd say a push, but it's essentially, it is also partially due to pull. It's essentially water, right? Is trying to conform to the forces acting upon it, and it's trying to move in a certain direction, right? So it's trying to move towards the moon. Now, there'll be water on this. It's also being pushed towards the Earth, or pulled towards the Earth, whatever one. So it's trying to move towards the Earth. Now, the water on the sides of the planet is moving towards the Earth, and it's also moving towards the moon, and or the water on the sides of the planet that aren't on. I'm trying to work out a way to explain this without
contradicting everything else you say.
No,
it's impossible to prove on the globe. It's just impossible. Trust me. I've been working it out.
Can I ask a question?
And only the flat Earth has made it make sense.
The way you described how water actually, why it's flat, that only applies to your logic. It's like your explanation only works if we assume that there are no other forces, that gravity doesn't exist. I mean,
that's right.
I'm just curious to know, like,
okay.
How do you've got your opinion, do you, and you believe you're right, do you believe that, these scientists who disagree with you, which there's many, I can assure, are they wrong because they haven't got their maths right, or is it like a deception thing?
Well, so this is the thing. I don't think that you're actually, you can't cite, have a citation of any particular scientist that you're quoting from. You're just making the assumption that there are hundreds and hundreds or millions of scientists who all know this stuff.
No, they don't agree with you, bro. Straight up, they don't agree with you. If you could go into Harvard University, and find anyone who has the same belief as you, bro, I'd give you a lot of money, but you can't do that because you won't be able to do that. You walk into any university, and like any top university, you find a person who has the exact same belief as you. And
well, of course they won't, because they haven't got the same real life experiences that I've had.
Okay, so
what do you mean?
So what are the real life experiences that are stopping these people having the same opinion as you?
Well, they don't go and hang out at the beach quite a lot, like I've been able to do.
Sorry, but that's not a good enough reason, dude. It's not a good enough reason, buddy.
It is, because you get to experience the tides.
I go walking down to the shop.
Pretty sure anyone can go to a beach.
I can walk to the beach, mate. I'm not gonna learn too much about that. I can see the birds and the bees and the clouds.
Years and years doing it, as I was able to do, as I was just trying to say, when I had a cleaning contract, I was able to go to the beach first thing in the morning every day, after having done the day's work, and watch these things firsthand. Watch the moon approaching from the east, and watching the high tide well in advance in front of it.
So you're saying all these scientists who don't agree with you that they haven't walked to the beach? That's the common denominator here, is that they haven't walked down the road.
No,
so what you will find is that these scientists
on the bloody chalkboard and textbooks. They've got
these scientists who are debating against.
Once, every single one of them has went to a beach at least once.
That means nothing, though, does it? You got to spend years.
What do you mean? What do you mean? It's kind of hard for me to actually.
It's ludicrous, is what it is.
Being serious, because I'm really starting to think that this is a joke.
So flat Earth.
It's not a joke. I can guarantee you, it's not a joke.
How do you? Okay, so you're saying that the difference between you and a scientist who has spent years in front of a chalkboard, and you have spent years in front on the beach, That's the difference. Because they've been
the
studying
chalkboard
from
doesn't
books,
matter.
That they've been studying books, but you've been studying what, real life? Is that your argument?
That's part of it, yeah. Yeah, real life experience. I've also studied a heck of a lot of books, mind you, but not the ones that they teach you at Harvard University or any of these other places. You know, I studied so much esoteric stuff as well.
It sounds to me as if you assume that every single scientist on Earth that doesn't agree with you has never left a room in their life and has only been reading books for the entirety of their existence.
But in reality, it's the opposite. These scientists are people who look at life. They love to walk through the forest and find these different animals, and you know, the list goes on and on. These scientists are the people who they see things for what they are. You know, they're the opposite of what you're saying. They're the complete opposite of what you're saying.
No, that makes me a scientist, mate.
Yeah, according to who? Yeah, according to who?
No, he didn't
what you just described.
No, he didn't describe what a scientist is. He just said what scientists do, what kind of people they are, and that what classifies them as
the opposite of what you're saying.
They generally also go and collect specimens and dry them out in the oven, get their dry weight and all that sort of stuff. Whereas I observed living nature, the living world, as it is.
Your argument is literally...
observe living things as well.
You're right because you don't do experiments. That's literally your argument.
I'm just curious to say that what you're saying is correct, the amount of people who have to be wrong before you, and it's not just people who are dead, people who have lived 200 years ago, the amount of people who have to be wrong, it's just insane, dude. What you're essentially saying is that you are correct, and these thousands of people who have the opposite opinion of you are all wrong. I'll tell you what, there's strength in numbers, mate, and you know.
Actually, it's not. The mob is very rarely correct. It's always the outcast, who ends up being the right one. The mob is
not all the
99
time,
times
but
out of 100 always wrong.
Oh wait!
Einstein was a little bit of an outcast.
So I mean, Galileo was an outcast. Does that make him correct?
Yeah, he lived during a time of complete, religious Christianity oppression. So of course he was an outcast.
And there's probably like thousands of others that we haven't heard of who are also outcasts, who possibly were more correct, but we just that suits the agenda that's filtered through the ages, that suits this evil Jesuit agenda, trying to brainwash the whole world.
Wait. I just want to really quickly make sure I'm understanding what it's saying. So, as I said, Galileo was an outcast. So does that make him correct?
Yeah.
Sorry,
exactly. The outcast has nothing to do with it.
One of thousands who was cherry-picked.
So that means that just because someone's an outcast doesn't make them correct.
Not necessarily, of course not.
Can I just?
It doesn't make them wrong either. He could have been 99% correct, but just wrong on one little thing.
I have to
comment. I think you've got to study all your different sources and draw your own conclusions, not just follow the mob.
So Quantum Eco
Can I just say something? Yeah. Okay. Yep. First of all, I want to comment on the fact that I don't know if it's up because of me, because my audio is fucked up or something, but you sound like there's a constant didgeridoo playing in the background of your.
On me?
No. I'm talking to Flat Earth Ozzy. That's first of all, and second of all, I'm going now because it's like 2 a.m. here, so I'm really tired, and I can't wait to. It was really fun chatting with you, and I can't wait to.
There's no didgeridoo in the background, I can assure you, but there could be my.
No, but it actually sounds. I can record it if you want. I think it's because of me. I don't think it's because of you, but yeah, there's. For some reason, it sounds as if there's a constant didgeridooing in the background. Also, yeah, I can't wait for the next Friday, and yeah, I'll see you later.
All right, thanks for the chat.
GG's. I forgot what we were talking about now.
Didgeridoos. I don't. It was something to do with.
I'm quite happy to go back to the talk about evolution if anyone was interested in that.
You were saying. I mean, sure, why not?
I was saying I could disprove evolution with one word, which was butterflies. if you really sat and analysed butterflies, you would realise that it's impossible for those to have evolved according to the theory of evolution,
Wait.
survival of the fittest and so forth.
Wait, do you know what butterflies are closely related to?
Well, they're a form of insect, like all insects.
Yeah, but do you know what they're closely related to?
Other butterflies?
Moths.
Yeah.
And they share a lot of they share a lot of DNA with moths, so pretty closely.
Yeah,
related
but that
to
doesn't
moths.
prove evolution. That just proves that everything possibly came. The origins of life before certain engineers got involved and started creating everything. All came from
just
the
a
same
question
source.
for Jesus. Do you have a religion? Or you don't believe in organised religion? Or
No, I'm not an organised religion at all. I think all of them have something to add to the picture, but none of them are 100% true.
I do want to ask why he thinks that butterflies disprove evolution, though.
Well, just the fact that a single grub knows how to spin a cocoon and then emerge as a butterfly in the first place. Like, what instructed it to know to do that? How can a grub turn into something that comes out as a perfectly flying insect that can taste with its feet, goes around with his big proboscis drinking nectar from flowers, when it started off as this grub just eating leaves and whatnot, crawling around on the ground?
Yeah, you could ask the same question for every
evolution could do by sheer and utter chance. There's absolutely no way that could happen by chance. It'd have to come out right.
You could ask the same question: how do the birds know to fly south? Like how does any animal know to do anything?
How do
they're all highly intelligent creatures?
Instinct is inbuilt. I mean, it's pretty obvious, dude.
Highly intelligent creatures know what to do, but how did the bird first evolve? That's another good one. Without a perfectly working feather with wings that worked the first time, that'd be a huge hindrance. They'd just be dragging along in the mud and they'd get eaten by predators immediately. You have to go from nothing to something in an instant in order for it to work.
Actually, not really.
Stages.
You do know.
Yes, really.
You do know that when it comes to evolution, it's small changes over a large period of time. So you might have something that starts out not being able to do much, but it slowly gets better and better and better at what it does over time.
Yeah, but while it's not doing much, though, it's a hindrance. It's not a help. And
not
so it
necessarily. Not necessarily.
Yes, necessarily.
Why would it?
How does a baby antelope? How does a baby antelope know how to run? It's born and it runs straight away, from danger. How does it know that?
That's right. It's obviously been created with that.
No. Well, it's because those baby antelopes that don't run, they're dead, bro. They don't get to reproduce, mate. So the ones that run,
so that means it had to
the ones that run, well, there we go. You've learnt the first part of evolution.
Yeah, natural selection.
And, it's pretty.
The first part is if it's not right.
And now we'll work on the second part.
If it doesn't come out perfect from the start, then it's never going to happen.
Well,
That's
not necessarily. Like as Sanju in the chat said, half an eye is better than no eyes, right?
It's not.
Yes, it
is. Not
because
we've had no. And you also need the eyeball to develop at the same time as the eye.
Real quick.
You've got to have everything happen at once, or it won't happen at all.
If I basically have a pinhole lens, right? How is that better than having nothing?
No, that's a false equivalency there.
So, or even if I just have some light detecting cells, how is that better than having nothing?
No, it's either got to be all or nothing. You can't have an in-between stage.
Wait. So
any mutation is always a mutation that goes downhill. It's never a beneficial mutation.
Real quick.
If it was a beneficial mutation, you'd have to have another fertile member with the same mutation in order to be able to spread that mutation. So it's got the freak chances of each and every mutation working so perfectly to create what we have today is just impossible.
Okay, real quick. How is having a layer of having a few cells, right, that detect life? How is that worse than having no eyeballs or anything?
Well, because your predators have already developed excellent eyesight.
Not
And
necessarily.
All you're going to see is this little blur, and so you're immediately going to get wiped out of the equation in the first place. You're just not going to make it unless you were right from the start.
You're assuming here that life has developed eyes. We're talking about the first, ever eyes to develop. That's like saying, how did they develop, how did they develop jet planes? How did they manage to create the first plane? Because jet planes would have been already better than the first plane, so why did they... that's really, really stupid.
Well, that is really, really stupid to compare to that, because they obviously had a creator.
That's a really good example, actually. It's just evolution, it's just evolution, non-biological evolution. It's
but the planes didn't make themselves, did they? They didn't make one another and create better and better.
Oh, well,
planes.
this is a different argument, This is the whole
learned from last one and improved and improved and improved, because that's what creators do.
It's a fallacy.
But they can't...
It's not a fallacy. We know that they're made by man. They have a creator.
Here's the issue, Flat Earth. Here's the issue, Flat Earth Aussie Jesus. Why would have they created those really old airplanes when jet planes would have been far better? Wouldn't everyone have just wanted to use the jet planes?
Yeah, that's what I mean. They went from one step to the next, didn't they? Because that's what they created.
No, but they wouldn't have started with the first step, because everyone would have just wanted to use jet planes.
You basically disproved creation all by yourself in one sentence, because you proved you need it.
Evolution says it all happened by sheer random chance. You just said it was done by intelligent design. You are saying
you just said the creators. You just said creators went step by step by step by step by step, slowly improving. So
by intelligent design,
yeah, exactly. And you just said beforehand. That is not what happens in nature. You said it's all or nothing, all or nothing. So you basically just proved that in nature there isn't a creator. So.
And another thing that I want to bring up is someone in the chat just said, gave a far better analogy than I did. The bow and arrow couldn't have been invented because their enemies would have nuked them before they finished building it.
Oh, well, that was really intelligent, yeah.
I mean, that's basically what you're saying when it comes to the eyes. You're saying, the other creatures would have had eyes, so they'd kill all the things that don't have eyes. It's... okay.
Well, the bow and arrow was invented by intelligent design, wasn't it? By somebody who realised how that tool could work and how useful it was for hunting and for survival, and it worked for them. But the eye came about by sheer random chance, by mutation, and just happened to work and happened to evolve to the point of near perfection. It's just crazy to think that could happen by sheer random chance. When the bow and arrow
one particular eye, you're talking about the human eye.
So when
you're talking about the human eye.
So when it comes to eyes, right, it would have started with light-sensitive cells, right? Those light-sensitive cells would have been far better than any other type of... would have given an evolutionary advantage, right?
Yeah, but once something reaches a certain level, it's got no reason to keep improving, does it?
Not necessarily. If it works better and... If it works better than other things, then... obviously it's going to be selected for much better, If you've got a better eye...
This whole theory of evolution came about was because of these Darwin finches, because what they found is that in their particular environment, the birds with a particular shaped beak had a better chance of survival. That's adaptive evolution, but that's not how evolution itself could possibly work. They're still finches. They never stopped being finches. It's just the ones with a particular feature ended up having that advantage, and they became the dominant.
You do realize that evolution was... You do realize that there was a theory of evolution before Darwin, right? It was wrong, but it was still a theory of evolution.
No, I haven't heard that. I thought he was the founding father of it.
He was the... He came up with the theory of natural selection, I believe, which is one of the main theories of evolution.
I agree that there is a thing called natural selection, and that a certain species will adapt to its environment over a period of time because of the most successful traits that they continue to have, but they'll still be the same species. You know, sometimes they might get a hybrid species, like I think a lot of birds have hybridized with one another and created like what we'd call a new species that tend to only mate with their own kind. But they're still birds. You know, they've never changed from, say, a lizard into a bird, as evolution tries to say it has happened.
Well, there was something that I was gonna bring up. So I will agree that things don't just suddenly, a bird just doesn't change into a mammal. That doesn't happen. But a bird may change to a point where it's no longer recognizable as its previous previous form over time. So, for example, that would be like dinosaurs slowly turning into birds over millions and millions of years.
Yeah, that's the whole thing, isn't it? That's what evolution requires. Kronos, the god of time. You just put in loads and loads of time, and bam, that fills all your gaps. But you have to do it one step at a time, and each one of those steps has to be successful, a successful mutation, no less, that has a equally compatible fertile partner that you can share this mutation with and keep that lineage growing. And
it doesn't have to be.
You've still got line breeding happening. You need to introduce other genetics into it, or you end up getting all that sort of inbred sort of problems. And
it doesn't have to be a successful mutation.
More problems.
It's only that the mutation which survives, which adapts the best, that's the one that reproduces. There's plenty of mutations that are bad, that are not positive to the
I would say they
survival.
All are. There's very few mutations that are beneficial, and those that are generally not passed on to the next generation.
So when it comes,
for example, we might get a savant who with extreme intelligence, but if he has children, there's no guarantee those children are going to have that great trait, whatever his ability was.
No, but they might be quite intelligent.
But there would be you could say here that if there was a natural selection pressure for this, and everybody that doesn't have this trait was more likely to die, then the savant is more likely to reproduce to pass on that trait.
Yeah, but does that trait get passed on is my point. I think it's quite often it's the result of some wiring in the brain or something that didn't go quite right. Like the savant is generally known as an idiot savant in that they're completely useless at most, but they can do something like multiply extraordinary large numbers, for example, or have extreme photographic memory of a cityscape or something like that. But when it comes to tying their shoelaces, they're useful. They can't cook food, they can't wipe their own bum, but they have this one particular thing which is brilliant, which no other human has. That's what a savant generally is.
So what would happen here is you'd have is if there was a selection pressure for the savant, like if the savant was able to live longer or something, then the savant, if the savant had a much more likely chance of reproducing than other people who aren't, then the savant is more likely to reproduce and pass on their genes. If the genes have a genetic advantage or an advantage, then the people that do inherit the genes, they will also go on to.
You are speaking quite hypothetically there, because what you're also missing in this equation is sexual attraction. And quite often, the savant is not something that a woman will find sexually desirable. It's usually
but with
a tough macho man who has the least amount of brains that she thinks she can go and turn into a nice, refined gentleman or something that has the most luck of reproducing. So that's why.
So the issue here is you're comparing.
It's not a beneficial mutation then.
It's like no offense, but that's something like my 6-year-old would probably say like. That's interesting.
So
you just got to face the facts.
Well, what you're comparing
about women, as I do, it's always the bad guy. The nice guys usually get left.
Oh, you don't want to go down that road, mate. Best to quit while you're ahead, buddy, because that's gone into incel territory. But
no, it's just facing the facts. It's just facing reality. You can't deny reality.
It's Like if you start going on about nice guys and stuff, you're going into incel territory. Best not to go down that road.
This is pretty much well-known general knowledge. Like most people will agree with that. They always get friend zoned, the nice guys.
Not
the bad boys.
Not necessarily. It's more down to confidence.
So,
bad, or what's considered to be the bad boys would be more confident guys. Now, I've seen some pretty nice guys that are pretty confident and will get laid in a heartbeat,
Yeah, but that's not really evolution.
Anyway,
well,
we were talking about eyes before. We were talking about eyes and how the bats have terrible eyesight, and funny enough, they actually have really good, hearing and sonar. Like from you, what makes that happen? How does that happen? And is there a bat's eyesight that's actually pretty abysmal? You said that all eyes are the same. And how is that the same as a human eye? How is it more the same complexity?
I didn't say all eyes are the same. Don't put words in my mouth.
Oh, you basically said
in general about how they evolve. And in fact, I would say that...
Yeah, no. What you said is that the eye is seriously complex. It's so complex. How can it? And there's... I'm sorry to say, mate, but there's different animals with different complexity eyes, which some have... I'm not an expert, but...
No, I'm well aware of what you're saying.
Aren't as complex as, but just getting back to that...
Animals see very well in the dark, and that's something that humans don't have a great ability of, because when the whole world went dark at a certain period in time, we won't go into that too much right now, but I'm just saying that most of the animals that survived did so because they could see well in the dark, but we basically survived because we had fire. And
you still haven't explained why does that bat have extreme hearing? How does that happen?
It's called echolocation.
Yeah, but why does that happen? It's because they fly at night, dude. They don't need their eyes. This is an evolutionary trait. The insects they eat, they are alive at night. I'm just curious to see how all these evolutionary traits happen, because from what you've explained to me, it just happens because it happens.
With the
it just happens because it happens. There's a reason why these things are like they are.
And I think they've got excellent nighttime vision, because they fly for 100 kilometers per night looking for food sources, and you don't do that just with echolocation.
The point I'm trying to make is that you haven't explained how these traits happen with. You can make a trait about any animal in the kingdom. Yeah,
I'm saying that any animal, when it was first created, was created pretty much damn near perfect to begin with. It didn't just evolve from a lump.
Wow, that's a big statement, dude.
So here's a perfect animal that was created perfect. The Barbaroussa males get a purely decorative tusk that never stops growing. Old males end up killing themselves by impaling their own skulls. That's a brilliant design there, isn't it?
I'm not saying everything was perfect. I'm just saying that when it was originally created, it would have been near perfect, and quite often it might have been experimental. I'm not saying that all these things were created by a single creator that we think of as God. I believe that there's been multiple creator beings that
God was feeling a little bit
variety of sources.
We're living in the beta version.
And quite often these things were done as competitions against one another, to see who could create the most successful species, and another one will try and create the most successful predators of that species.
Dude, but God, why didn't God just create everything freaking awesome? Why did he have to create these stupid animals that don't even survive?
I don't believe that a God has a hand in it whatsoever. I think everything comes from the source, emanates from its original source.
Man, this is confusing.
These other creator beings, they could be just as far removed from God almost as we are.
It sounds like you could be starting to, we could start talking about how evolution could be a reason why things came about, and have a whole lot of imperfections, rather than a God be responsible for all this really fucking weird stuff that really doesn't make sense, but does make sense in evolution. For example, the Larynge gland, I think it is, or or the laryngeal nerve, I think it is, wraps around the artery in the giraffe. Have you heard of that?
No.
Okay, so it's a long nerve, which essentially what it does is it actually wraps around the artery in mammals, right? Now, this makes sense if the artery isn't too far away from the brain. Essentially, it goes down your throat, wraps around your artery, and then comes back up to your brain. And that would make sense if the most direct path from that place to the brain is through the artery. However, when it comes to giraffes, right, they have an extremely long... Oh, it wraps around the aorta, not the artery. So giraffes, they have an extremely long neck. So this thing has to go way down the neck, wrap around the aorta, and then go way back up to the brain, which makes absolutely no sense. It should have just taken a direct route.
That's perfect.
I think that basically the blueprint for all animals came from a similar source, and then they're genetically manipulated by what you might even call as mad engineers, but they're highly advanced and they don't sort of think of things the same way that we do. You know, they don't think of something as necessarily good or bad, but just what is, what works, what's successful, and yeah, they're prone to making mistakes as well. Like, there's no doubt about that. Like, there'd be a lot of things that, knowing what we know, we might improve upon, and that might be a good example.
So there's a group of experimental gods who don't really know what they're doing. Is that kind of the gist you're trying to say?
They have a fairly good idea. They know what they're doing.
Oh, okay.
But they're still working off the same sort of blueprint, you know, so they can take it and change certain things and make it.
How many gods are there in that group? Like,
I have no idea.
Six?
I'd say there's probably dozens, hundreds, thousands.
Hundreds of gods. Whoa.
Where did
I wouldn't call them gods. I don't think that's fair to call them gods. You know, they might be from your point of view, but then again, a white man arriving on horseback in a foreign land might be considered a god as well. You know, to primitive people who've never seen a white man on a horse before, they might have thought he was half man, half horse, and created legends around that. There's all sorts of things that we don't know, and we've got very little record of.
So they could be like creators, but they could be like they're creators, but they're like they don't even know what they're doing, kind of thing.
Progenitors or something. Where did the blueprint come from?
Like where we're currently going with our ability to genetically engineer things. Yeah, we're soon creating hybrid animals, putting human DNA into animals and that sort of thing. That's perhaps something akin to what they were doing, only they were far more advanced than what we still are at this stage.
It's really hard to argue against something which there's no proof given for it.
True.
It's like
I was about to ask what proof do you have for this, but he's just said true.
No, look, as I say, all the knowledge has been lost. Speculation that, as I say, I've read a variety of different books. A lot of them will say that they come from different star systems and that. So I don't know about that, mate. I think that the planar Earth is potentially infinite and outer space is just further out beyond Antarctica. There are other continents out there, and that we're imprisoned in this particular part of the plane for whatever reason. Maybe
are you a dome flat earther?
Sorry?
Are you the dome flat earther? Because there's like the two types. There's one that's what is it? That doesn't think wrong. There's a dome, but there's like I don't know. I'm just I want to know what type.
Good question. That's a good question. I don't know that there's necessarily a dome, but I don't know that there's not a dome. Like when you look out at the stars at night, for example, you get your own personal what looks like a dome. That's how the stars appear to you.
So you believe that the flat Earth is like rising at exactly the speed of what they say gravity is?
No, it's not moving at all.
Oh, okay.
So one thing I just wanted to say is you said about something being convenient earlier, right? But it seems very convenient that all the knowledge that you're claiming has been lost.
Yeah, well, as I say, like a lot of the sources of things I have read have come from people who claim to be able to read the Akashic record, which
The
is like
what?
a more permanent record. Akashic. I'm not sure exactly how you pronounce it. AKASHIC. Akashic record, and it's like a bit like
AKA.
the record of our history, which is, say, in another plane or dimension or something. It's around us, and some people, like psychics, are able to tap into it and read it like a book.
It's like the Holy Grail.
So, why do you believe that these people are able to tap into it?
Well, I'm not saying it's gospel. I'm just saying that I've read it all with open. Seem to agree with that sort of idea.
What was that?
You
You cut out.
A wide variety of different sources. You tend to say, well, maybe there's something to it, and that's all I'm saying. Maybe there's something to it. I'm not saying that it's 100% true. I could be completely
Wait, so did
wrong,
they say that
but
the Earth
it's
was
not
flat?
best. It never came into it.
Okay. Because, you know, maybe if it was such an important thing, and these people were able to tap into all knowledge ever to ever be around, you know, they might say, oh, well, the Earth is flat. That's a pretty important thing. At least I'd think so.
Well, one of my most eye-opening books I read was actually Linda Good.
Linda who?
Very interesting book. Linda Goodman's, and that's the name of the book, is actually Linda Goodman's Star Signs. I never thought I'd get into it at all, but I just started opening it out of curiosity. My sister had it in a shelf, actually, and I just started reading, and I got enthralled by it. It was absolutely mind-blowing. It opened my mind to a lot of things I'd never thought of before. And it did have a conclusion right at the very end that said that time's going to come, and just keep this image in mind until it does. Just think of a snow globe. And eventually, 20 years later down the track, it appears that it's quite possibly what our world really is. It's something akin to a snow globe. So that does suggest a dome.
So I'm just wondering, when it comes to this thing, are you into like astrology and thinking that the stars can somehow predict what your life is going to be like?
The book you
I
just
wouldn't
mentioned is
necessarily
astrology.
say that they predict, but they can show signs. Like we have got a lot in common throughout the centuries, with our reading of the stars. And some people start to notice patterns and say that there's a chance that this will happen when these stars align, and so on and so forth. So there is something in it for sure, but I don't think it's like reading your star signs.
So stars can align?
They move around, and the wandering stars do.
Oh, you're talking about the planets. Okay. Oh, I thought you were talking about stars.
Only on Thursdays.
I thought you were talking about stars moving like. I mean, you'd have to.
No, that's the thing. The rest of the stars all moved in a fixed sort of planar manner around the central North Pole.
Yeah, I thought for a second that you were saying about the stars moving. I was going to be like, a flat earther generally never seems to admit that, but
the stars aren't real. Come on.
It's not saying they're not real. They're just being misinterpreted as something other than what they are. We say that they're billions and billions of miles away, and that they're really, really big, and some of them are gas giants, and some of them are solid, others are suns, and all the rest. They're not. They're all just various orbs of light. When you zoom in on them these days, you can see them shimmering as though they're underwater. People say that they're out of focus, but when you look, the edges are quite sharp. They're not out of focus at all.
Do you know how lenses work?
Can you get that effect with an optical telescope?
I'm not quite sure.
The stars are underwater.
I just know what I see.
Okay, you might want to try that with an optical telescope if you get the chance, because I think you'll find that effect won't happen.
Oh, fair enough.
But one person wants me to ask you about shadows on planets from orbiting moons, like Jupiter.
That's all part of the CGI. Because don't some of them believe that like the dome is actually like a programmable CGI thing where they can like program the.
I guess there's all kinds of theories out there. I don't claim to have the answer to everything, but in my opinion, these so-called moons, as I said in the chat earlier, they're just like devoted followers of a particular demigod, as the wandering stars are known as. That's why the ancient Greeks built statues to all these demigods and everything, because they believed them to be living beings, and they once existed as a human person. And once you leave your body, you exist as an orb. And so the greatest human beings become these great orbs that find their place in heaven. well, far lesser ones. Often, you can see them in pictures quite often. Orbs.
Why does it
appearing.
always have to come back to religious doctrine?
It's not religious.
Like, why heaven? Why do you always have to go back to it, dude?
Because that's what we call the place above the firmament.
I don't understand why you have to link it with your religion. Like,
it's not religion. Why assume it's a religion? Why can't you just?
You're talking about heaven. You're talking about like.
Well, you could call it the universe if you prefer. But the heavens is the name for where the stars exist. It's not religious in any way, shape, or form.
I mean, it does sound like you are referencing a lot of religious stuff. Like,
well,
if I were
religion had to have its origins.
Hold on. If I were to say, if I were to go ahead and say that my savior Neil deGrasse Tyson were to be telling me, giving me information, you would immediately, a lot of flat earthers immediately would be go, "You religious zealot," to me. And it's kind of, you're saying very similar stuff. If I said that, Stephen...
Well, isn't that actually what's happening? If Neil deGrasse Tyson says it, and that's your religion, then, yeah, technically you've got a really good point there. But you don't think it's a religion. Just as I don't
That's
think
because
what
I
I'm saying
don't...
is a religion.
I don't say that my savior Neil deGrasse... I don't even call Neil deGrasse Tyson my savior, right? But I don't say that. I don't take whatever he says and say, "Oh, that's why this thing is the way that it is," because Neil deGrasse Tyson says it.
Did you hear me say that I'm quoting a savior or anything like that?
No, I was just giving I was using hyperbole.
But okay, well, here's another example. You use the word cross. Say you draw a cross on a paper. Does that mean you're being religious just because you use the word cross? Jesus is associated with the cross. So when I use the word heaven, I just use that as a factual word, not as a religious explanation.
Well, it depends on the context of which you use it.
You don't have to. The thing is, you don't have to use that reference at all.
I don't have to, no, but I choose to because I think it's an accurate word for it.
Like if I
Why
use
is it accurate?
like if I draw a cross on a piece of paper, right? That's not necessarily religious, but if I give a bit of decoration to it and make it all fancy, like one of them crosses that you're likely to see in a church, then that would be considered religious.
Or it might be considered Gothic,
Yeah, or it could be, especially depending on what context it is. Like the person who's drawing, like if I was a devout Christian, then you'd definitely think that it's a religious symbol.
Yeah, well, that's why I say I'm not a person. That's why when I use the term heaven, I'm just talking about the sky above us, not about some mythical afterworld.
Well, you were talking about demigods.
Yeah, exactly. That's what the wandering stars have always been considered to be. Far higher beings, and a lot of people will sort of appeal to these people, which is what has become known as prayer, which then gets associated with religion. But you can meditate on anything. You might even appeal to a particular tree for an answer or something. But when you do it to one of these demigods, if you make enough sort of noise, so to speak, they might sit up and pay attention and say, "Look, this person's very devoted. I might devote some of my attention to them and try and help their cause because it's a just cause."
But I mean, literally, what you were saying is that the moons of Jupiter could be the followers of it.
Something like that. Very highly devoted followers who earn their seat in adoration around what they think of as their particular god.
I mean, so it's kind of, you're using religious iconography there. So it's kind of, you're proving my point there, mate.
Yeah, but religion and speaking factually are two completely different things. Religion is a faith that is usually an organized religion that appeals to a particular deity, such as Jesus, for example,
real quick. You say you're speaking factually. If you're speaking factually, then prove to me that the moons of Jupiter are the devout followers of Jupiter. Go.
Well, I can neither do that any more than you can prove that. Similar to what we've got around Earth, it's just
you cut out.
might be what it is. We're just arguing different opinions, aren't we? We're not.
You cut out there for a second.
Oh, did I?
Just repeat what you said.
I'm just saying that neither of us can prove our particular belief one way or the next. We can have our best opinion, but you can't prove they're a solid moon similar to the moon we see above Earth any more than I can prove that they are devout followers. That's just a theory that I've developed personally, and that's why I think like the rings of Saturn being Satan, and he's the one ring to rule them all and in the darkness bind them. His followers, all the souls he's trapped are what creates the ring around Saturn. That's just my opinion. I can't prove that any more than you can prove that it's a bunch of rocks all stuck together.
Real quickly, I just want to ask: Do you think that the Lord of the Rings is like an actual factual book?
No, it's all allegorical, but all fiction writers write in allegories, and they allude to certain things that are quite generally true, but then they write it as a work of fiction, so that that's where you hide things. You hide things in plain sight. So it still fills people's minds with a particular concept, thinking, "Oh, this is a great story," but in reality, they are trying to express some great truths. And quite often, these great authors are also tapped into the Akashic record, so they're not actually writing their own story. They don't make this stuff up. They're actually telling a history of some sort.
So one thing that I want to go back to, because you said about it's just opinion. I wanted to ask a little bit about the Lord of the Rings reference that you put in there. But so when it comes to the moons of Jupiter, I have good evidence that they are physical objects, right? Because the way that we see it is, there will be a moon that will pass in front of Jupiter. There will be a shadow of the moon on Jupiter. And
also Jupiter will move according to that moon. They can see it move in reference.
That could just be the way that light works, even in another realm. It doesn't necessarily mean that this shadow is cast by our sun. Does it? I mean, can you prove that it's coming from the direct angle of the sun, or what? Where do you think the shadow is causing the shadow? Yeah. It is. I mean,
if you're good at mathematics, you could show that it's coming from the.
But look, the trick is here. Like this is even flat earthers get this one wrong all the time. Is when they look at the moon in the daytime, like you can at the moment when I think the crescent moon should be up by now, and you look at where the sun is. You say, how is it possible that the sun could be casting that shadow on it? And the trick is, because we're down here so low looking at it, we don't realise just how high both of them actually are. And it's a trick of perspective. And you can't measure that with mathematics and geometry. You actually have to sort of 3D model it in a way that is extremely difficult to do, even just for the sun and moon. So when you're talking about something as far as Saturn and its or Jupiter and its moons, to understand the perspective laws that are involved there is extremely impossible to do from a place on Earth.
What were you saying on that?
82 Productions has a question in chat. He's also in the waiting lobby.
Yeah, I don't want to bring too many people in because I don't like when these things get swamped.
I can mute if you want to bring 82 in.
Yeah, I'll be back in just a sec.
Okay. Yeah, I'll if I bring 82 and you'll have to mute 1 minute.
Sure, yeah, that's fair enough.
Okay. There we go. So, yeah, 82, you can ask your question that you had. I don't know if Flat Earth Aussie Jesus is here to hear it, but...
I can wait.
Yeah. I can be the Flat Earth Jesus for a second if you want.
Different topic is actually something that goes to prior conversations that I had with them, not on this channel.
Okay, so OG Parkway could be Flat Earth Kiwi Jesus.
Oh no, I don't know where to start, dude. Yeah, no, I can't pull that off. Sorry. What was the topic you wanted to argue with him?
Oh no, not argue, because here's the thing. I'm done arguing with Flat Earth Aussie Jesus about many topics because of let's call it revelations that have taken place actually in chats, publicly available chats over in my Discord server. I just wanted to touch base with him to see how he was doing.
Just to see how he was doing. Well, that's polite. To me, this debating with these people is just, it's a circle, dude. You don't go anywhere. You can't, this is my opinion. I don't feel like you can, they don't believe in your evidence. They don't believe that scientists know what they're talking about. I want to see I want to see a stream where we actually take a flat earther and we make them non-flat earther. I want to see that.
It will never happen because once you realise sanity, you wonder how you could ever be so insane to believe in a globe in the first place.
Ross, you can't say it hasn't happened, because I actually have been a part of people actually listening to the information. No, it does not take place. It does not take place over the course of one stream. It does take time, because a lot of the information does take time to digest and actually understand for it to really sink in. But I wasn't really coming here to talk about that subject. I was just coming in to see how you've been doing otherwise, Ross, since the last time we actually spoke. Actually, it was earlier this week over on my server.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm fine. I prefer to discuss ideas rather than my personal life, but...
Again, that's why I just kept the question at just how you were doing and if you were keeping up with what you had started on. No need to go into details, just simple if you have or not.
As I say, I'm fine.
Are you trying to suggest that he's not fine?
I am suggesting that I am concerned for the well-being of a fellow human.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. If I mentioned that I couldn't make rent this week, that behind him...
the guy who walks to the beach every day, he's doing fine.
Who really cares? They actually use that as a weapon against me and say, he can't even manage to survive as an adult, sort of thing, because, the shit I've been through in my life. But that's why I distract myself with things that I can apply my mind to not have to worry about those things that I can't control. So.
Yeah, here's the thing, sometimes there are things that you can't control, and honestly, it gets really annoying when there's something in your life that you can't control or can't do anything about, and that's the most annoying thing that I've ever... You know what I mean?
So, but,
I'm curious, do you Flat Earth Jesus? Would you say that Flat Earth is in the minority, and if so, why?
Oh, absolutely, because we all grew up being indoctrinated with the globe. I based my whole spiritual awareness as being on this little ball spinning around through the galaxy that, where this tiny little insignificant dot, so to speak, but that it is still so amazing, so brilliant. And I absolutely loved it. I was so in tune with this idea of being in outer space as we're spinning around, as the moon goes backwards around us once every 27 and a half days and all the rest. I'm so aware of everything to do with the globe that it becomes highly, highly painful to find out that it's all a dirty, rotten lie, but the reality is actually a far more beautiful truth. And so, as I say, once you become aware that you were insane and that this awakening brings you to absolute sanity and a breath of fresh air, and you look outside and say, yes, it's not moving, nothing's spinning, we're not hurtling through space, no asteroids are going to take us out at any random moment. Everything's perfectly designed the way it should be. Well, actually, I wouldn't say that. I say actually we're the survivors of some great catastrophes, but either way, it's a huge breath of fresh air, and once you reach the level of sanity that you've never experienced before, you don't go back to becoming insane again.
Well, I think I do think that J.G. Gonzalez had a good point in the chat real quick. Question everything, yes. Deny, no.
No, that's right. But it's not as though you're denying... well, yes, deny the lie, Absolutely. Once you see the lie, you have to rise above it, and you don't go back to it.
Well, I
It's
think
not possible.
I think it's
Once you
more
reach a
of
certain stage.
I think it's more of a lot of people, and this can be either side. I'm not going to try and put either side into this box, but when it comes to you might get an idea in your head, like you might think that this particular idea that you've heard about is completely wrong. So for flat earthers, it might be that they hear that the globe is a lie, so they go, okay, well, I'm never going to believe the earth is a globe again. And the problem with that type of thinking is that they may be wrong in what they think about what is a lie. So, it could be that you think this particular thing is a lie, so you go, okay, I'm never going to believe in that again, even though it may actually be correct.
Well, I'm not saying that I would never believe in it again. It's just that, belief is a far different thing from truth. I'd rather know the truth than to believe a lie. I'd rather suspect something that is far more true, even if it's wrong, if it's more true than something that's impossible. And the globe, when you really, really analyze it, you find out it is impossible. It's not what we experience at all. There is no curvature. There's no way boats can be held to what would be to us the upside down side of the planet, because there's the force applied to hold a 2,000-ton ship to the water's surface upside down would be such a strong force pulling us down that it would crush us. You've got to believe in such ridiculous.
So, hang on, right there. So, are you trying to say that the interactive apparent force of gravity should be the same application across everything in every manner, shape, and way? Is that what your understanding is?
It would have to be. Otherwise, it wouldn't be sufficient to hold a ship onto it on the underside.
So the amount of mass at play has no effect. It has to be the same equipotential field all around, affecting everything equally.
It would have to be, yes, if it was a force pulling everything down towards the center.
So physics has it completely wrong.
No, physics observes the true nature that on a flat plane, everything's at the same rate because they're falling through the same density, which is the medium of air.
It is from physics that we have the understanding that what we see as the apparent force of gravity is the relationship between two masses. So why should the effect on a container ship be the same as the effect on the human body when there are two distinctly and vastly different masses at play in those comparisons?
Yeah, that's.
Is he saying that like
the
you know how you put the feather in the vacuum and then you put it next to an anvil and you drop them at the same time and they fall exactly the same speed? Is that what you're trying to say? Or is that what you're trying to say?
That's another good example of how it's not gravity, it's not the attraction of mass. It's the medium, the density of the medium through which they're falling, or which is inability to give it resistance. That's what I'm saying. Now, when you say that this attraction of mass thing happens, all of a sudden when you look at it on the universal scale, you have to throw it all out the window and invent another invisible force called dark matter, dark energy, that is like 70% stronger than gravity to stop everything from colliding together.
Whoa, you know about dark energy?
Invisible forces to counteract one after the other.
Wait.
And that's not the way Occam's razor works. Occam's razor works is that the simplest explanation is most generally the most correct one.
So to accept that dark energy is a problem, right, you actually have to accept that the Milky Way is a thing. So that kind of...
So I can't believe you brought dark energy into this.
But that's what the globe requires. The globe requires all these things to be physical bodies, whereas the flat Earth doesn't. The flat Earth recognizes them for what they are, what we see them.
Yeah, but here's the thing. If dark energy is really such a problem, then it's kind of implied that the Earth is a globe, because otherwise... why would they go ahead and say, oh, there's a problem with with because there's a problem with
He's
gravity.
using science to disprove science.
See, when you make up one lie, you have to make up more lies to keep the first lie alive. That's what all it does.
You're using science to disprove science. It's just terrible.
Why would anyone?
No, I'm saying that's what you do. I don't say that it exists. That's what the liars have to do.
Yeah, but how do you even know about dark energy? Like, how did you?
Well, that's part of how you become a flat earther. Is you have to understand everything that
dark
the
energy
model
is nothing
requires.
to do with that,
and when you realise it's all a load of doohickey and nonsense, then you soon have to dismiss all the pseudoscience and go with what is observable.
Well, here's the thing. If I was trying to create a lie, right, I wouldn't go ahead and bring in something like dark energy, right?
You have to.
No,
Why?
you don't do.
You have to keep your first lie alive, that gravity attracts mass attracts mass.
Yeah.
And that we're a tiny little planet, part of a big bang.
Okay,
the whole thing is a lie.
Who is going to question gravity working on the Milky Way? Who is going to do that?
Flat earthers.
Well, that's what science ends up having to do, because science believed the first lie, then they had to believe in gravity, the fictitious force that holds everything clung to the planet. And then it says that gravity holds the moon in orbit, and the sun holds the Earth and moon in orbit, plus all the other wandering stars in orbit around it. Yeah. And then it has to then assume that everything else is a result of a big bang, and all these things are spinning around, eventually colliding and crossing paths and all the rest. And it requires all these fictitious forces to keep that whole entire false model alive.
Okay, let me just ask a question here, Flat Earth Aussie Jesus. What do you think dark matter is?
This is going to be good.
The fictitious made-up force that is required to counteract the effects that gravity would otherwise have and make everything.
Okay, no, that's dark energy. I'm talking about dark matter.
And even then, neither one is a force. The proposition of the existence of either or both is from the results of observations that the observable mass and energy do not fit the numbers based on our current understanding.
Yeah, so in other words, it's something made up to try and explain away why they can't explain it any other way.
What's ironic is that we're arguing with a flat earther about dark energy and dark matter, but what's ironic is that actually there are quite a lot of scientists who don't believe in dark energy, which I don't. I totally do believe in it, but
yeah, so it's sort of saying that science is a bit of a religion, isn't it? It's like picking one religion or another religion, and even the scientists can't agree because they're well aware that they're making up stories to try and explain one lie, how one lie can work and another one doesn't.
Even then, you want to go back to square one. Would it blow your mind to know that Newton's proposition of gravity was not accepted on its initial release?
No, I wouldn't blow my mind at all. I think it'd be
so if it took rational thinking and evidence and evaluation of what he proposed for it to be accepted, how does that equate to it being a lie?
Yeah, well, who decided this? Who was the first one that said Newton was correct and proved it?
It was actually his peers who worked on it and evaluated it and whether or not it was accepted. There were opponents to Newton who reluctantly had to agree with it after they actually evaluated the work. It's almost like that scientists get off on saying that someone else is wrong and showing how they're wrong.
So isn't that exactly what is happening to the flat Earth movement? Everybody gets off trying to say we're wrong. Even though it might turn out that we are in fact correct, but you just refuse to analyze it.
No, Ross, I'm not even talking about something as absurd as what flat earthers do say. I'm talking about in the general scientific community today. They have massive egos about whether or not they think they're right and actually enjoy showing how another person got it wrong.
Precisely. And that's the
so if what is being purported is a lie, why are people who get off on exposing this stuff going along with it?
Well, they don't know any better, do they? They just assume that it's proven science because it's been around for so long.
No, these are people who actually evaluate it and look for the ways that they got it wrong, and they can't find it.
Well, why is
so? How is it a lie if people who have the capability and have the avenue to expose said lie, if they are not able to do it, or if they're not able to do it in any rational way, shape, or form, how can you then substantiate your claim that it's all based on lies?
Well, because I'll tell you for a fact that I don't think anybody gone to try and disprove.
You're cutting out.
Given the equation for it, and they use that for everything because it is a constant which works because it's through the medium of air. That's all that gravity is. It's the 9.8 meters per second. It's a measure of time over distance. It is not an actual force. It's just a measurement, an observation of what is really happening with density and buoyancy. That's all it is. So, of course, the formula works, but it doesn't explain what gravity is.
And yet the same understanding has been applied to things that are outside of the atmosphere, and the results are still just as accurate.
You can't go outside of the atmosphere. Never have, never will.
It's a dome, dude. You can't go out of it, okay?
No,
I just want to go back to Newton. Newton, the dude who basically invented algebra. This is a dude, a very smart dude. In his initial, when he had his theory on gravity, he was actually wrong on a few things, and this is science in a nutshell. Where, as time goes on, more peer reviews come in. People pick holes, pick things out of people's theories, and his theory that if the sun disappeared straight away, then all gravity would disappear, and that and everyone believed him, but a few years down the line, that was disproven. So this is science. This isn't people evolving.
That's very much
what science does.
Conjecture. That's not science.
This is what science does.
What if scenario?
Yeah, what is taken as the general belief isn't always the actual belief, and people will come along and disprove certain things, and
well, did you know how they worked out the distance of the sun? I mean, that's the scientific consensus was how they did that.
I don't know. Tell me.
Well, they assumed that Venus is the same size as Earth, and then they used radio signals to estimate its distance, and then use some sort of mathematical formula to then determine that the sun is 93 miles away. It's all completely wrong.
Hang on. Radio ranging is not an estimate.
But it's precise, is it?
It is more precise than a tape measure.
Even through space, what you call space.
Especially through space.
But no, there's no medium of air.
Exactly.
The radio waves propagate.
Energy doesn't require a medium to propagate. You can transmit a radio signal through an evacuated vacuum chamber.
Okay, so if you see a wave in the ocean, does that wave exist?
Yes, and you can take a radio signal, you can put a directional fine beam antenna at one end of a vacuum tube, a receiver on the other end that is, again, similarly directional, so they have to be perfectly lined up in order for the signal to be received, evacuate said vacuum tube, and transmit and receive a signal. A radio signal does not require a medium because it creates its own medium by the energetic particles that are the transmission of radio communications to begin with.
Vacuum, it's got virtually no resistance whatsoever. But in air,
which is what increases its accuracy in that case.
Yeah, but you're still shining through all the... So you're diminishing it more and more and more, and so it's going to give, as it speeds up, so to speak, with less and less resistance, you're going to assume that it's travelled much further than it actually has. Whereas, Venus might actually only be 1,000 miles away, for all we know, not 100,000 or whatever it is that you assume it to be. So that's why it loses accuracy, because all these things calibrated on the surface, generally approximately sea level or not much further.
You are asserting that the transmitted velocity of a radio wave changes.
It would, yeah. That's what I would suggest.
So the speed of light changes.
No, that's a different thing altogether.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yeah, there's various
radio waves travel at the speed of light.
Oh, interesting. So let's go back again. You said that yes, the wave in water is a real thing, and yet the wave moves through the water, but the water remains in place. So what?
Yes, because it is a transmission of energy from one molecule to the next, to the next, to the next, and because it is that pressure change, it is that energy transmission through a massively dense medium in this case, and the amount of energy that it actually takes to go from molecule to molecule, the pressure of that wave will actually diminish over time because you have that resistance to you actually have an energy loss, you have a signal loss. Unless you are continually putting energy onto that wave, it will peter out. A radio wave, on the other hand, through an evacuated medium, does not have that resistance. It will not have that same degradation of the signal.
Someone whose life revolved around surfing, I can tell you that when where the water gets shallower and shallower, it speeds up. It increases.
Yes, because you have less and less water, so you have more and more energy going into.
But you're just saying it peters out. You just said it peters out because it's got less energy.
Go out towards. Take a wave out the other direction.
But that's not the way it works. They always
take a wave out. So there are no waves in the middle of the ocean?
Yeah, but they eventually reach a shoreline. And
no. Eventually, some of them, the energy peters out. You're forgetting I actually lived in deep water for an extended period of time. So
I find that irrelevant. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Then your surfing analogy and experience is irrelevant.
Dude, this guy's been to the beach. He knows what he's talking about.
Shows what happens when the density of the medium decreases. In other words, gets shallower, which is similar to heading up to the upper atmosphere. The air itself is, in a sense, getting shallower.
Yeah,
and therefore the waves speed up.
The energy loss gets less. But here's the thing: you are equating a radio transmission to an energetic transmission of water.
Yeah.
You do not have the molecular to molecular interaction of water that you do of a radiated signal.
It's a completely different frequency, but it's still a wave. As Tesla said, everything is frequency and vibration. And so when the medium is less dense, then the wave frequency increases.
Really quick.
Carry on.
I just wanted to say, it sounds like Flat Earth Aussie Jesus is wanting to bring back the ether, the luminiferous.
Yeah, and I'm not going to let it.
How do we see light in the vacuum if it needs to be, the light particles need to be passing through something,
I think
how does that happen?
I think you're just seeing through it. You're not seeing light.
But there's nothing in that vacuum. Well, there actually is.
That's
but
right.
According to you, there isn't.
You're seeing vast empty black space, but then you're seeing straight through it where something is lit on the other side of it. So you're just seeing what is illuminated on the other side.
Yes, and
blackness is just the non-existence of light. It's not an actual thing.
Well, see, here's the thing. In order for us to see anything, even just the wall right beyond your computer screen, in order for you to actually see that, you have photons that are bounced off of it that enter your eye. That is the detection medium. So for us to
pass the vacuum chamber that was see-through in between me and it, I'll just see straight through it. There's nothing's going to change. It's ridiculous.
Exactly. So when you put a laser beam through a vacuum chamber and you see light all along it, how is that possible if there is no medium inside for the light to transmit through? If that is
That's a tough one.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I've never heard of that one. I'd say the laser light itself, though, is creating a beam that exists irrespective
Yes,
of
a beam of photons. And from what you're saying, if everything requires a medium to transmit and you fire a laser through the middle of a vacuum chamber and you can still see the laser, because that actually can be done.
Yeah,
in order for that transmission to take place, there by the claim of there requiring to be a medium, that there has to be a medium through everything, even in an evacuated chamber.
Okay, so you're prepared to listen to the answer?
Now that I've actually finished the entire statement, yes. Please explain how that is possible.
Okay, because there's no such thing as...
Oh, you cut out at the worst time.
A complete vacuum is impossible. So there's your answer. It's nearly a vacuum.
Dude, you just cut out at the worst time.
He's trying to equate the fact that we are mechanically unable to create a perfect, true zero vacuum that the entire fundamental falls apart. Except here's the thing. Even space is not a pure, true, complete vacuum. There are still particulates. There is still matter and energy there. It's just that the space between the majority of the matter that we can observe is devoid of other matter and other energy sources that can be directly detected. So
in other words, your method is completely accurate to measure the distance of Venus, which then somehow assumes that it's the same size as Earth.
Actually, by doing the radio detecting, by doing the radio ranging of Venus, the size of Venus means nothing in this part.
It means everything.
No, it doesn't.
Commonly known.
No, it doesn't.
Commonly known that this is
no,
how
it doesn't.
Measure the distance to the sun. You have to know the size of something to measure the distance.
No, you don't.
Yes.
No, you do not. No, you do not. I can tell you, you do not need to know the size of an object to know the distance to the object if you are using laser or radio range.
So you're saying that this object reflects this wave or laser so that you can tell how long it took the signal to bounce back, as though it's transmitting just as well as the transmitting device you're using in the first place? Is this what you're saying?
Sensitivity of the receiver is key in this, because you need to make sure that, because here's the thing, you are not reflecting 100% of the signal that you send out. You are reflecting a small percentage back. So your receiver needs to be able to actually determine that small reflection versus the background signal that's always there. There is that sensitivity that's there.
How does it reflect?
It bounces off the object, doesn't it?
Yeah, and even stealth aircraft that have radio absorbent material, RAM, all over its surface still reflects an amount of the radiated energy.
I'm glad there are people who know how radio waves work. So I'm glad radio waves exist. You know what I mean? Like, there's people who know. They invented this stuff, dude. This is how we get communications.
Yeah, but you need a transmitter to create a radio wave.
I'll tell you what, if you're correct in what you say, Jesus, there shouldn't be any radio waves. There shouldn't be any satellites communication around the world, dude.
There's no satellites communicating.
Oh, come on, dude. How do we talk?
Okay,
these scientists.
There are many sorts of satellites, but it's hurtling through space.
The proof is in the pudding, dude. Radio communication.
Yeah, NASA's the greatest user of
all these inventions, dude. Like your computer monitor. They weren't developed by people who were inept of science. These people knew what they're doing, dude.
So
these things are maybe attached to
these fairies,
helium balloons,
these physics. Like electromagnetism. All these fairies, dude. They're real. They work. This is why we have the internet. It's why we have
satellites
keyboard.
are absolutely impossible to work on the heliocentric model.
So
there's no way they could keep up with a ball hurtling through space.
All right, so
it's just not physically possible.
So I'm gonna be finishing up here. there's a few things that I want to get to today. But one of the things I just want to kind of end on is, you should is that you should really try and find a flat earther that has made some meaningful contributions to science.
Wow.
I mean, if flat Earth was
It's
really...
not relevant to science, though, is it? To what you believe in. It's like what religion you believe in. Mate.
Well,
The proof is in the pudding, dude.
Well, when it comes to things like, I believe that probably all satellites were made by globe earthers, unless you think that they're secretly flat earthers or something. But I don't see...
It's irrelevant to their ability to make what they're doing. It's all...
Well, when it
These
comes...
things go up on big helium balloons, and they wouldn't work unless the planet or the plane is perfectly still. It's not moving.
When it's a central point of what you're developing, like, for example, satellites, they rely on the Earth being a globe. Meteorology stuff relies on the Earth being a globe. A lot of cell phone communication relies on the Earth being a globe. So when it comes to these things, it relies on the Earth being a globe.
Well, why is 95% of it done by undersea cable?
Well, because
security is a thing.
Yeah, because satellites are a mute point. You need to transmit
No, you misunderstand, Ross.
Tower to tower.
You misunderstand, Ross. Security is a thing. A hardwire line is easier to secure than a radiated transmission.
Also, there's a lot of things to do with signal. When it comes to things like when it comes to transmitting data, you can get a lot of interference from things like light. For example, if you are in a dark room and you had a Wi-Fi signal, that Wi-Fi signal would actually be stronger than if you're outside and the sun was shining, because
there's a wall between you and it.
Well, no, it's because in a dark room there's less light to interfere with the signal, because light does interfere with the with signals.
I have to leave. GG. Much enjoyed the chat.
All right,
first time, but yeah.
I'm going to end up the stream here.
Thanks, Flat Earth Walker. No, Plain Earth Walker, sorry.
Yeah. I will admit my name is a little bit of an oxymoron, but I didn't decide that because when I came up with the name, I didn't know what Flat Earth was, so, Anyway, leave a like and subscribe if you liked the stream. Leave a comment of what you'd like my next stream to be about, or if you have any good ideas you want me to debate, let me know. But anyway,
I will enjoy the opportunity to have a chat. Thanks, mate.
Yeah. Anyway, I will see you in the next stream. Between you and me, thank you for watching. Just trying to think. Oh, here we go.